Good morning.
Good morning.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Sue. Good morning.
Hello, Sohani. Hello, everyone. I think we're still collecting people just for a moment. Let me get the participant list up. You can choose the language if you need. There's translation from Russian and to Russian, and you can choose it in the bottom hover page. When you hover at the bottom of the screen, you get an interpretation. And I shall change mine right now to English. Okay. So okay, we've started recording. Fine. So, oh, a nice big Zohani. Good morning.
Hello, Sue. Hello, everyone. Hi, Mario.
Hello.
Do we have Alexander as well? Yes, we do. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Do you want to do some introduction, Mario and or Alexander?
Thank you, Sue. So it's already time and great that we are starting. We have one presentation from yesterday, which is on the pilot project that our colleagues in Ukraine, Belarus implemented, and it will be very good because we can discuss further what can be done further along these lines. So thank you very much. This is the last day of our 3-day seminar. I have distributed a very early draft, which we compiled from the various presentations and statements the 2 first days. And please don't consider that as something cut in stone. You can make some comments. So this is the situation right now. Thank you, Sue. Please.
Thank you very much. Maybe you would introduce the colleagues from Ukraine, because I'm not so good at pronouncing our colleagues' names.
Well, this presentation, I will introduce them and then you can continue. Yeah. We have Dmitry Yakimenkov and Galina Roizina, who were working since October, November last year on a pilot project to see how the standards and artifacts produced on the basis of the multimodal transport reference data model can be used for the development of practical, seamless flow of information, and they will present the results of their work. Thank you, and it's to you, Sue.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Mario. And I would like to hand over now to our colleagues from Ukraine. Dmitry and Galina, are you ready? Who is going to present? Dmitry, will you be presenting, or will it be a Galina and Dmitry?
Здравствуйте, Сью. Я возьму на себя смелость представить результаты нашего проекта. Мне очень приятно, что наши сессии...
We look forward to hearing your results. And of course, we do have a little bit of a timing project with so much in the seminar. So we would appreciate it if you're able to tell us as much as you can in a reasonable time. You understand. Thank you.
Спасибо, Сью. Это очень уместное замечание. Вы знаете, что эта тема действительно интересная, и о ней хочется говорить очень долго. Я постараюсь быть краток. Коротко о том проекте, о котором мы говорили. На самом деле это несколько проектов, которые были включены в рамки работы, проводимой Европейской экономической комиссией и СИФАКТ, Организации Объединенных Наций. Мы уже касались в первом дне нашего семинара проекта по транспортным коридорам, проходящим через внутренние водные пути. по территории Украины, затрагивающие 2 маршрута. Также мы проводили исследования на базе проекта по транспортному коридору Балтийское и Черное море. Оба проекта были сосредоточены на сопоставлении реальных деловых операций и реальных транспортных документов с референсной, со справочной моделью данных Facilitation. Это двунаправленная работа, которая, с одной стороны, позволяла выявить необходимые изменения в электронных эквивалентах соответствующих документов, с другой стороны, позволило генерировать предложения по актуализации самой модели данных в соответствии с требованиями конкретных деловых операций в конкретных элементах цепочки поставок. А также мы сосредоточились на исследовании по преобразованию документов и потоков данных между собой при смене юрисдикций, как юридических, так и видов транспорта. И именно вот этой теме хотелось бы посвятить сегодняшнюю нашу сессию. Я не буду останавливаться на самих деталях проекта, мы уже о них говорили. Наверное, это та информация, о которой вы уже знаете. Я хотел бы немножко более подробно остановиться на самих результатах сопоставления и на тех выводах, которые мы из них сделали. Здесь вы видите список документов, которые были включены в объем проекта. Это достаточно большой перечень документов практически по всем видам транспорта.
Дима, тебя не видно.
Please.
Да, секундочку, я прошу прощения. Видимо, что-то не сработало. Давайте попробуем еще раз. Сейчас видно демонстрацию?
That's much better, thank you.
Прекрасно. Прошу прощения, я был уверен, что демонстрация видна, но, видимо, произошла какая-то техническая накладка. На этом слайде вы видите перечень тех документов, которые были включены в объем проекта. Это достаточно большое количество документов практически по всем видам транспорта. В результате отдельного эксперимента, который мы проводили по сопоставлению этих документов при мультимодальных перевозках, при преобразовании одного документа в другой, мы проводили соответствующие трансформации на основании морского коносамента и автомобильной накладной CMR, морского коносамента и железнодорожной накладной ЦМС-МГС, обратное преобразование из железнодорожной накладной морской коносамент, из железнодорожной накладной в документы внутреннего водного транспорта, имеется в виду как накладная для внутреннего водного транспорта, так и речной коносамент. Также мы работали с сертификатами происхождения, которые преобразовывались при переходе через границы государств, при смене юридических юрисдикций, и с фитосанитарными сертификатами. Кроме этого, был проведен анализ по ряду морских и речных документов, в частности, с дэвид-формами, в которых мы немножко более подробно останавливались в первый день, по соответствию их соответствующим морским документам. Информация о результатах такой трансформации в полном объеме представлена в отчете на сайте UNECE.org, и я прошу всех заинтересованных с ней ознакомиться. Там достаточно большой объем информации. И я, дабы не занимать много времени наших слушателей, коротко остановлюсь на результатах, которые мы смогли выявить. Основной результат – это то, что справочная модель данных для мультимодального транспорта Facilitation является идеальным на сегодняшний день базисом для построения моделей данных и электронных документов на ее основе. Благодаря еще одной своей функции, а именно возможности обеспечения трансформации таких документов при смене видов транспорта, при смене юрисдикций. за счет единой функционально полной логической модели, логической семантической модели. Несмотря на все преимущества, которые генерирует референсная модель данных, стоит отметить, что существуют определенные ограничения, которые приходится на сегодняшний день учитывать, и эти ограничения влияют на возможность применения мультимодального транспорта. В частности, далеко не все элементы данных, к сожалению, удается преобразовать, и уж тем более далеко не все элементы данных удается преобразовать автоматически. Это связано как с определенными ограничениями конкретного вида транспорта, так и с определенными ограничениями в конкретных деловых операциях. В частности, это касается таких элементов данных, как отправитель, получатель, которые часто не функционируют, как должны были бы при мультимодальной перевозке, то есть исходный отправитель и исходный получатель, а замещаются промежуточными актерами, которые выполняют роли временных отправителей и получателей на элементах цепи поставок. В роли таких вот временных отправителей и получателей часто выступают экспедиторы, агенты, либо другие посредники. Кроме того, достаточно большое внимание следует уделить вопросам сопоставления элементов данных, связанных с переходом юридических юрисдикций, когда происходит изменение языковой трансляции какого-то элемента данных, ну, например, тоже там наименование груза. И использование общих справочников является ключевым инструментом для решения такой проблемы. Еще один момент, на котором хотелось бы остановиться, это перспектива использования единого транспортного документа для всей цепи поставки, то есть переход к реальной мультимодальности перевозки. Создание таких электронных документов, которые базируются на справочной модели данности факта ООН как коносамент фиата, является одним из потенциальных положительных инструментов, которые позволят в будущем решить эту проблему. Еще одним возможным инструментом, который позволил бы нам решить вопрос интероперабельности, является подход программных интерфейсов, который сейчас поддерживается и продвигается CFACT ON. И в этом подходе существует тоже множество различных вариаций. Естественно, наиболее перспективным и наиболее многообещающим является полный переход от документальной модели к модели пакетов данных и следующий за ней переход от так называемой подхода push, когда необходимо было подавать документы, ну, например, в единые окна или в государственные органы, к так называемой модели pull, когда потребители данных вытягивают информацию непосредственно из источников их возникновения, что не только исключает проблему повторной подачи, но и, в принципе, исключает вообще проблему повторной генерации этих данных. Однако на сегодняшний день достаточно большая проблема связана с тем, что многие участники транспортной цепи поставки не только не готовы переходить на парадигму программных интерфейсов, многие участники цепи поставок еще до сих пор не диджитализированы, не оцифровали свои процессы. И для них и документальная модель выглядит все еще как перспектива. В связи с этим мы в своем исследовании предложили некий промежуточный этап в виде так называемой крут-модели, которая бы могла послужить маленьким переходным элементом между классической документальной моделью, которая плавно перетекает из бумажной в электронную, к модели API. Это наше предложение заключается в том, что фактически генерируется простейший элементарный программный интерфейс, состоящий всего из 4 операций, которые тоже не являются обязательными и могут быть оптимизированы там, вплоть до одной операции в зависимости от требования конкретного делового приложения, которые позволят стандартизировать обмен электронными документами между различными системами и таким образом упростить переход от чистых документальных моделей к будущим перспективным конвейерам данных. В качестве общих рекомендаций хотелось бы еще раз сделать акцент на необходимости гармонизации именно семантической модели данных, документов и наборов данных для того, чтобы обеспечить возможность однозначного восприятия содержимого этой информации не только человеком, но и машиной, то есть автоматизация этих процессов. И модель данных CFACT является как раз исключительным инструментом, который позволяет за счет сопровождения наборов данных определенными метаданными, то есть описательными информацией, обеспечить такой процесс автоматизации понимания содержимого документа. Кроме того, ключевую роль является юридическое признание информации, передающейся в трансграничных операциях при мультимодальных сообщениях. И одним из инструментов, которые мы предлагаем рассматривать для решения этой проблемы, является подход программных интерфейсов, которые сейчас продвигается CFACT One. Также рекомендуется рассмотреть возможность уменьшения фрагментации поставок и постепенного перехода к использованию единых документов для различных видов транспорта для возможности обеспечения более эффективных мультимодальных перевозок. Ну, если коротко, у меня все. Я готов ответить на вопросы, которые возникнут. И еще раз хочу обратить внимание, что более полная информация по нашей работе представлена на сайте untc.org, где можно с ней ознакомиться более детально. Большое спасибо.
Можно я добавлю пару слов? Добрый день. Слышно меня, да? Слышно?
Yes, hello, Galina.
Да. Добрый день. Я буквально пару слов добавлю по этому проекту. Мне хотелось бы отметить, что, наверное, одной из основной ценностей этого проекта было сочетание теоретической части, которая дает стандарты и модель данных, с практической стороной вопроса, с работой с бизнесами, с реальными кейсами, проектами, где эти стандарты могут быть применены и в дальнейшем использованы. И вот эта совместная работа практической и теоретической части, думаю, что очень сильно будет впоследствии способствовать, в принципе, развитию и стандарта, и практической реализации работы всех участников процесса. Спасибо большое.
Thank you very much. You're echoing what I was going to say to both of you, because the results of the work that you've done is very, very helpful to add practicality to the theoretical work of the standards. And we look forward to working with you to understand the results of your project and other projects which could contribute across multimodal corridors, because this is really important to be able to answer the queries that have been raised. I think with the fragmentation, I would just like to say before we go to the questions, it's really difficult to deal with the fact that consignments get consolidated and deconsolidated and even move from one size of rail wagon to another along the chain. So I'd just like to reiterate that we have the Trace and Track project working in CFACT at the moment. There's a white paper already available, and that is looking at the identifiers that will enable us to bridge these changes and, as you said, fragmentation in the throughout the transport chain before the original consignment finally arrives at its final consignee. Thank you very much. We do have some questions. In fact, our Vice Chair Alexei Bondarenko is very busy here with 3 questions, and I would really ask, please, Alexander, if you could introduce Alexei's questions, which are expressed in Russian. Please, Alexander.
Yes, sure. Good morning, everybody. Well, Alexei Bondarenko, yeah, exactly. Today is very, very active. Dmitry, thank you. According to your opinion, the unified transport document should submit existing transport consignment notes and documents on different modes of transport, or should it be additional document?
Здравствуйте, Алексей. Очень приятно, что вы активно участвуете в нашем семинаре. Ну, на самом деле сложно ответить на этот вопрос. Мы можем только давать свою личную оценку, как оно будет в будущем. Мы видим, ну, я лично вижу перспективу в таких документах, как коносамин ФИАТа и некоторых других прототипов единых транспортных документов, которые имеют, на мой взгляд, достаточно большой потенциал, чтобы действительно в ряде операций заменить существующие транспортные документы. В качестве аргумента в поддержку своей теории могу привести...
And we will be having a presentation from FIATA about this subject, so this will be good a little bit later this morning. Thank you. Alexander, there are 2 more questions.
The next one.
Yeah.
Well, it is interesting idea with API. Say, was it your proposal of crude model? Could you more thoroughly explain what is the essence of these 4 simple operations?
Очень коротко, к сожалению, это не наша идея, это из теории баз данных, которые были предложены еще в 60-х годах прошлого века. И идея ее действительно максимально простая. Это операции create, read, update and delete. То есть создание, чтение, обновление и удаление. В зависимости от конкретных опций какие-то операции могут быть элиминированы. Например, вам нужно только писать и не нужно удалять, ну и так далее. Но эти 4 операции позволяют реально упростить и стандартизировать работу фактически с любым документом. Спасибо.
Thank you. Unfortunately, I remember it from the last century. Indeed, it is not a new idea. Thank you for posting the link, Galina, on the chat. So 1 more from Alexei on the questions.
Yeah, the next one with some shade of doubt. Galina, so to say, you already tried this model in practice, crude model and messages.
Мы в проектах использовали сопоставление с реальными документами. Те, которые используются в Украине, фактически бумажные документы, и сопоставление их с моделью данных. Вот эта модель обмена сообщениями, про которую Дмитрий рассказывал, это как наше предложение, как это можно было бы использовать.
Я, если можно, дополню еще коротко. На самом деле мы, как IT-компания, используем различные вариации программных интерфейсов в своей работе. Это предложение, которое было озвучено, это один из вариантов, одно из предложений, которое, на наш взгляд, может значительно упростить такую работу по интеграции, в том числе и нам. Спасибо.
I would certainly recommend, if you're interested in more, that the links will take you to a very detailed report of the work, which can give you a lot more information. Okay, so Rob, you have a question here, which is, which party is in charge for the full multimodal corridor? That's quite a question, Rob. How will you answer that, my colleagues in Ukraine?
Если мы рассматриваем в качестве примера единого транспортного документа, например, тот же коносамент ФИАТа, о котором мы будем говорить позже, как уже сказала Сью, то, наверное, экспедитор, который будет выдавать этот единый транспортный документ, будет отвечать за всю цепочку поставки. Опять-таки, это зависит, конкретная реализация от конкретного подхода, который применяется. В зависимости от выбранного единого транспортного документа, сторона может меняться, ну, на мой взгляд. Надеюсь, я ответил на вопрос. Спасибо.
I think there will be more discussion on that, but it's an interesting question. Thank you. Alexander, there is one more in the chat, I think, in Russian, please.
No, the only, it was they asked to put down the link where,
Okay.
yeah, they could.
This is very successfully accomplished.
Especially for the third day.
Links were my answer.
Yeah, for all 3 days, it has been already announced that there will be a link that shall be sent to all participants with all presentations laid down in PDF format, as well as link to UNECE org project with all deliverables as for today.
And recordings as well, Alexander?
Pardon?
The recordings as well?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Very, very good support. Thank you very much. Okay, there's a lot more to do, and we all know that the actual practical applications of the standards have to be combined with everyday practicalities, the different types of contract, and also regulations and other aspects. So this is the beginning, the first time that I have known where there's been a very serious look at a corridor that changes from one mode to another. A very valuable work, and let's hope that it continues. Thank you very much, both of you, and thank you for all the work that you've done there. So I would now like to move on to the next presentation, please, which is to introduce Mr. Zahwani Sadui, who is head of Electronic Customs Sector, the European Commission, the Directorate General for Customs Union and Taxation, of course, DG Taxud. May I introduce you, please, Zahwani, to give your presentation.
Yes, good morning, Sue and colleagues. I hope you hear me well.
We do.
Thank you very much, and thanks for the opportunity to exchange and to listen to the various very interesting experiences. Indeed, I work at the European Commission in the service dealing with customs, and our task is to advance the customs union. And we, from my perspective, look at it from the digital aspects, and in particular from the customs single window initiative. And they've had the opportunity, thanks to the UNECE colleagues, and in particular Mr. Apostolov a few years ago, to be with you and to present on the work done in the customs single window. We have meanwhile progressed the initiative, and in particular the Commission, the European Commission, has put forward a legal proposal, which is public, and you can find it on our website. Which is now discussed between the EU co-legislators, so the European Parliament and the Council. And we hope that by end of this year or early next year, this regulation will be in force and applicable, which should allow the EU to progress on its commitment to establish a single window in the area of customs. That being said, as words of introduction, I have a presentation, so I will share my screen, and you can let me know if it's showing.
Yes, your screen is showing, but not in presentation mode yet.
Yeah, I'll switch to presentation mode. Is this better?
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah. So again, many thanks for the opportunity to intervene and looking forward to the exchanges. So first of all, we would like to share that from the EU perspective, the need to deal with increased trade flows. You have some statistics here, and the EU, as one of the main trading bloc, is always keen to put in place measures to facilitate trade and also to streamline operations and interactions between economic operators and authorities at the border. You can see that there are in the EU about 300 million customs declarations per year and growing. So there is a need here to continue on the trade facilitation aspects. The slide I have here is summarizing how economic operators and different types of economic operators at the border interact with authorities, in particular transport and customs authorities, but not only. So the first point of attention in this slide is the fact that the trader community is very diverse and interacts at different stages of the supply chain with authorities. So of course, each authority has a tendency to look at the part of the supply chain that makes sense for that authority and to focus then on the interactions and on the semantic, on the data harmonization at that level and for that trader community. The move to digital has, of course, brought the need to go beyond this authority by authority or domain by domain perspective. And things like reuse of data, one-stop shop solutions are, of course, emerging. And there is a call from the trader community that authorities also organize in a way that there is a concept of one authority at the border interacting. There is also the idea of reuse of data. So the B2B data could be to some extent reused in the interactions between traders and the government authorities. What you can see in the middle is that also there are a large number of digital exchanges between traders and authorities, yet there are still some paper-based formalities which are decreasing, but it's still the case. And then on the right, you can see that as recipients of those different exchanges, we have different authorities, so transport, customs, but also many other authorities, which we call partner competent authorities in the area of health, consumer protection, environment, agriculture, trade, and so on. So it's a scenario that is complex, that is built on many legacy systems. And what I would like to say is from our perspective, from the customs perspective, of course, we are working with the WCO data model. And in the EU, we have our instantiation or version of the WCO data model, which we call the EU customs data model, which is compliant with the international standards. But of course, we are working with the many other standards. And we reckon that each community has its own constituents, which have their own needs and then build upon different data models. It's not an issue per se to have multiple data models. Our approach is towards interoperability and also trying to steer for convergence of key data elements. So indeed, all of this complexity requires multiple alignment and interoperability. In the next slide, just to recall the commitment from the EU as a party to the World Trade Organization, and in particular to the Trade Facilitation Agreement, we endeavor to establish a single window for importation, exportation, and transit of goods. And this, of course, echoes the UNECE recommendations and definitions for the establishment of single window initiatives. I like to put this slide in perspective when speaking about the topic of single window. Our endeavor is really trade facilitation and to provide gains for the different actors, economic gains for the different actors. So you can see here some figures from the World Bank, which is an organization with whom we are closely cooperating, and in particular in the Western Balkans region, as they are active there to sponsor some of the single window initiatives. But you can see here some figures which are the global scale, but very important to see the impact by speeding customs release time, but essentially also by bringing more transparency to the supply chain for the traders, by also bringing smoother cooperation between the authorities at the border, and also the single channel of communication between trade and authorities is bringing added value. Key for us, and I think for all that experience this endeavor of working on the establishment of single window services, is to have a strong political will and mandate, and involvement of all director generals or agencies or services at the border. This is our experience, and I understand it is also what the different participants are experiencing at their side. Interoperability is key. The focus of the seminar is on data, and it's one of the pillars we put here. The other pillars are, of course, the legal interoperability to ensure close cooperation in the preparation and establishment of the different legislations in the area of transport. We are, for example, closely cooperating from my Director General with the colleagues dealing with transport at the European Commission, colleagues from DG Move, to ensure interoperability between customs and transport related initiatives. We are contributing to the European Freight Transport Initiative, for instance, from a customs perspective. There should be also interoperability at organizational level, how the different organizations work together at the border. On data, on the semantic, it's important. Our strategy is to try and foster convergence of data models. Again, recognizing that each organization, each international organization has very good grounds for their data model, which stem from different needs and different constituents. And we try via the single window to bridge between those different data models. And the last pillar of interoperability is at the operational level. There are many things, instruments that can be reused. One of them being the identification of economic operator, which we are trying to streamline across different domains, not only for customs, but also for transport domain. The next slides I have are certainly not new to those who have seen them a few years back. In the area of data, our objective is to ensure coherence, and we first need to understand the different data requirements in the different modes of transport. We do lots of data mapping, and Ms. Probert knows about that, and we have been working closely with her and teams, in particular from the GEFEG company, to do such data mapping exercises. We reckon that there are different data models, and we should find practical solutions to work and to be operational. We base those activities on the different data models at hand. The methodology is described here. So you can see that there is a need to first capture, understand, make an inventory of the different data models. That the first point could be expanded to some extent to the business-to-business exchanges. Identify the different data elements, understand them, and there is an analysis phase and there is a reconciliation phase. The next slides present a bit these different aspects in details. For the sake of it, I will not go into detail, but the methodology surely has been experienced by many of you, of the data mapping, data analysis, and then reconciliation phase. What is important is here, a last slide here for the sake of time, to mention slide which I borrowed to the UNECE, as you can see, copyright UNECE, but it's a well-done slide. And to explain that there are different dimensions. There is the B2B, business-to-business dimension. There is then the exchanges between traders and the authorities, and vice versa, from the authorities to traders. And then there are the G2G exchanges, the government-to-government authorities. There are a number of domains, each one being active with their own initiatives. And then, of course, the move towards digital, accelerated now with the COVID pandemic, calls for cooperation between the different models. And you can see from the customs viewpoint, we have initiatives such as the single window and the Certex solution, which is about ensuring government-to-government cooperation, which aims at linking the processes and the data elements used in the area of customs to the partner authorities who are based on other processes and other data models, UNECE fact being one of them, for example, as you can see here. On the business side, there is also a multitude of initiatives, and as those at some point make it for parts of the data to be exchanged with authorities, there is a need to look at this streamlining from the B2B exchanges as well. So this is our perspective from the European Union, and just wanted to share this words and few slides with you. Happy to exchange further together with you and under the leadership of Sue. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Stefani. We do have some questions for you. Just to remind everybody, we have a question and answer facility on the Zoom system, and we also have the chat facility. Right now, if the questions for you, Stefani, are in the question and answer, which you can open through the hover screen at the bottom. The first one is from Rob van Roeveren, who is asking whether you envisage a single window approach for other transport modes, road and rail, equivalent to the maritime single window in the EU.
Well, indeed, thanks very much for the questions. To the question from Rob, indeed. Well, first of all, I would like to say that is the domain of my colleagues from DG Move in charge of transport at the European Commission, and I believe they are party to this. They should intervene if not already the case, so they can complement my answer when they intervene. But clearly, there is intention from the European Commission DG Move to go beyond the maritime single window. Of course, maritime single window has been at the forefront of the single window services in the area of transport, given the importance in terms of trade. But the other modes of transport are, of course, on the radar. There is also the European Freight Transport Initiative, which contributes to that. So my colleague Lia Potek could also complement at some point. Then for the question from Alexei, hi Alexei. So on the pool model, it's an interesting question that we get often. It has to do also with the legal setup and with the responsibility. So in the Union Customs Code, it is for the traders, the economic operators, to send the data required to the authorities and to the customs authorities. So it is more a push model from the traders towards the authorities. It has to do with the responsibility they take. We are having also initiatives for customs to go and access on a pool model information of the traders, for example, for audit purposes. But I would say that for the declaration perspective, in most cases, we will have the traders to send the information to customs. But the pool model is being explored, I think, and certainly it can bring opportunities in the future, opportunities also for trade facilitation, and to avoid that or to reduce the amount of information sent from traders to the authorities.
Thank you. Before I move to the comment, we've got a hand up from Alexander Fedorov. I'd just like to ask you one little small question linked to this. Do you also see variations? I've read the strategy document for DG Taxud for the next years, and I'm wondering if there can be a pull model, push model that enables trusted traders to be able to drip feed information to you as soon as it's known earlier in the process, in snippets of information that you can build that will give you much more quality detail and enable you to concentrate more on the non-trusted traders as opposed to the trusted ones. Do you see a framework like that somewhere in the future?
Yes, thanks Sue for the question. I think it's indeed part of our AEO 2.0. I mean, authorized economic operator 2.0, the next strategic move in that area. That this kind of mechanism, to be able from the traders to submit information as early as possible are envisaged. For the details, I would need to refer you to my colleagues in charge of the AEO program, Sue, if you wish. Can follow up and come back with more details.
Now, it's particularly interesting because of the data pipeline project that we did a couple of years ago, which can really contribute to that. And there was an EU project which tested some early elements of it. But I think it's an interesting area for future work together.
Indeed. Yes, indeed.
Okay, I think that was Alexei question.
Yeah, thank you, Sue.
Is that okay, Alexei? And now Alexander, now for you. You had your hand up.
Thank you, Sue. Mr. Zahani, thank you very much for your precise presentation and all that you commented afterwards. But perhaps to add some issues to the question of Rob, I'd like to add that Mr. Rob could find an answer to his question in the proposal for a regulation on the European Parliament and the Council, establishing the European Union single window environment for customs and amending the customs code of European Union. And this bundle of initiatives, European single window environment regulation, EFTI regulation, as well as this proposal that I'm sure will be by the end of this year, perhaps next year, as the regulation establishing single window environment for customs will be the whole cover for the single window or for a single submission point within the European Union. And the most essential thing that according to EFTI regulation, any other country and any other operator, certified operator, such as port community systems of non-European Union countries, could join and can share information when they are certified. This is very, very good. And that's the essence that we proposed in Ukraine. I mean, port community system in Odessa, Ukrozonish Trans, and ICC Ukraine proposed to the governmental agencies as well to Ministry of Finance to make joint efforts to make some building blocks such as port community system, customs single window, or regulatory single window, and other regulatory authorities small single windows to build a national single window with overwhelming majorities of all operations and regulatory requirements that could be done by the operators and the traders. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Very interesting, because that links to the SSP recommendations of UNECE as well, how everyone can contribute to the single window frameworks. So Juani, do you have comments following from Alexander's intervention?
Yes, well, thank you very much, Mr. Fedorov, for explaining the complexity of the, and the different initiatives in the area of single window, which we reckon. And from the EU, we are also a regional organization with the EU Customs Union. So it adds another dimension to setting up this single window services. Of course, as you say, each part of the supply chain, each actor is working towards establishing such a single window services. And I think we are all aligned and reckon that we cannot have a overall monolithic single window system at the level of a country, or even more so at the level of a region like the Customs Union. Therefore, this can only underline and emphasize the importance of data and data harmonization, because that's what allows to smoothly ensure the interoperability of all of these different initiatives, and therefore such seminar as you are organizing is essential to progress into that. So thank you very much for the remarks and the comments, which I fully subscribe to.
Thank you, Sahwani. I think we have no more comments at the moment. Alexei, are you content with the response to your question?
Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much.
Okay, that's wonderful.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much, Sahwani. So now we can move to the next presentation, and I would like to introduce Miss Lucilia Tinnenbart. I'm very bad with names, I apologize. Lucilia is Digital Projects Officer at the International Federation of Freight Forwarders Associations, FIATA, and she is going to give a presentation which shows an example of the implementation of standards in the case of the electronic multimodal FIATA bill of lading, which was mentioned earlier this morning. So over to you. Thank you, Lucilia. Do you have your presentation?
Thank you. And hello, everybody. And thanks for giving us the opportunity to share our experience in digitizing our FIATA bill of lading. So let me share my screen. Do you all see my screen?
For sure.
Okay, thank you. So I wanted to start by giving you some information about this important trade documents. The FBL is a standard transport document which was developed by FIATA as a negotiable and multimodal transport document. It does bear the logo of the International Chamber of Commerce, the ICC, which demonstrates its conformity with the UNCTAD and the ICC rules. And it is a reputable and trustworthy document, thanks to the conditions that are attached to the document and that you can find at the back of the document, which includes the necessity for the issuer of the document to have a valid liability insurance. And the document is also trackable through its unique number. Currently, it is only available as a paper document. So our FIATA members have been eagerly waiting for a digital version of this document. And this is now becoming a reality as we have started our digitizing project last year. And this project answered to the different needs and requirements that have been shared by our members, which are the following. So the first one is really to allow our members to use this document through their everyday tools. So to produce, to issue an EFBL through their everyday tools, so the TMS and other software that they are using on a daily basis. And this is why we are actually making our EFBL standard as an open source standard that all software providers will be able to implement. Our digitalization project also includes the need to strengthen the compliance control over the issuer of the document. And digitalization actually allows us to enforce this control and to digitally certify the identity of the issuer of the document. And we also wanted to prevent the fraud and to enforce the full traceability of the document by taking advantage of the security offered by technologies such as blockchain. So our solution includes a full audit trail of the document, which will be accessible to all of the stakeholders who will interact with the document. And last but not least, we really wanted to take the opportunity to ensure the interoperability of our document with all modes of transports and the different actors of the supply chain. So this is why we have decided to base our EFBL standard on the UNECE fact reference data model. And now a few words about our collaboration with the UNECE fact. So as I've said, our main objective was really to ensure that the data exchanged will be understood in the same way by all actors of the supply chain. And this is why we have decided to use a common and widely used semantic, which is the UNECE fact multimodal reference data model. And to do this, we have started a very fruitful collaboration with UNCFACT by creating a working group, which was composed of both UNCFACT experts, as well as FIATA technical and business experts, which have been working together on the mapping of the paper FIATA Bill of Lading with the UNCFACT reference data model. And the results of this is now available on FIATA's GitHub repository. Just a quick note on that, the model is not final yet, as we are currently testing it through a proof of concept that we are running. I will talk about this in a minute. Now, to give you a better idea of how our EFBL solution is going to work. So basically, as I've said, the freight forwarders, so FIATA members and National Association members, will be able to issue EFBL through their everyday tools, so the TMS and other kind of softwares. So they will input the data to create their document through their software, which will share this data with FIATA through a dedicated API, who will be able to verify the identity of the freight forwarder through its FIATA digital identity solution. So we'll be able to check that they are indeed a valid FIATA or National Association member and that they have a valid liability insurance. And if they do fulfill all of these conditions to be able to issue an EFBL, then we will generate the EFBL, which will have also a QR code and a unique tracking number, which is based on GS1 standards that will be attached to it, which will certify the validity of the document, the identity of its issuer, and the integrity of the content. And the document will then be available to the freight forwarder, who will be able to share it with their stakeholders. So they will have the choice on how they want to share it. So they will still have the possibility to print it if they want, but they can also share it as a PDF and eventually as a full data or digital document. This full data or digital document is not part of our proof of concept, but this is our intention to implement this when we implement the full solution. And then when the stakeholders will receive the document, they will also have different possibilities to check its validity, depending on which format they have received the document. So if it's a printed document, they will be able to scan the QR code. If it's PDF, they can upload it on a dedicated page that will be added to our website. And if it's a data or a digital document, this will be done automatically through APIs. And basically, when they will scan or upload the document on our verification page, they will be able to access to this audit trail, which will certify the validity of the document and give them some information about the identity of the issuer. And they will also be able to access to a screenshot of the document as it was when it was registered by FIATA. So they will be able to compare it with the version that they have received and ensure that it hasn't been tampered with. So to illustrate our solution, we have created this short video that I wanted to share with you. I don't know if the sound is going to work, but let me try. Let me know if you can hear.
No sound at the moment, Lucinia.
Sorry?
No sound at the moment.
I
don't know whether our organizers can help here at all.
Share sound, I think I need to do that. Okay. Let me try again.
FIATA members have been eagerly waiting for a digital version of the FIATA Bill of Lading. Good news, this is now about to become a reality. But even more than simply digitizing this crucial trade document, Fiata is working on a solution that focuses on the restoration and development of the document's integrity and traceability. Here's how it will work. Fiata will make its EFBL standard available to all software providers so that Fiata members will be able to generate digital documents through their everyday tools. When creating an EFBL, Fiata members will have to share their Fiata membership details, which will be used to identify them through their Fiata digital identity. This will ensure they fulfill all requirements to be able to issue this document, including the possession of a valid liability insurance. If the freight forwarding company fulfills all requirements, Fiata will generate a unique QR code and number that will be stamped on the document, certifying its validity, the integrity of its content, as well as the identity of its issuer. The freight forwarder will then be able to share the stamped EFBL as a PDF or printed document as a first step, and eventually as a fully digital or data document. By scanning the document QR code or by uploading it on Fiata's website, all parties interacting with the document will then be able to easily verify the validity of the document, the integrity of its content, as well as the identity of its issuer by accessing the document's full audit trail. This solution will also allow Fiata to know exactly how many documents were created, when and by whom through an automated registry. So when can you expect to start creating EFBLs? We will start with a proof of concept running through the first half of this year. If successful, we will then make the solution available to all interested software providers. We also plan to extend the solution to other Fiata standards and possibly to non-Fiata documents, such as in-house bills of lading. Stay tuned for more information on the proof of concept.
Okay. Let me go back to the presentation. So now I just want to finish by a few more words about the proof of concept that we're currently running. So we started this proof of concept in February this year, and it is planned to end at the end of June. And we have different participants. So we have 7 software providers who are participating: Akanea, Bolero, eCustoms, eDocs Online, CargoX, CargoWise, and TradeWindow. And we have also 17 freight forwarding companies who are participating, who are either Fiata or National Association members, which will really help us to test the full life cycle of the document, so from its creation to its validation process by their different stakeholders. And in terms of next steps, so we plan to start the implementation of the really EFBL solution as of Q3 this year. And as it was said in the video, we might extend this solution to other Fiata documents and even to non-Fiata documents such as house bill of lading. And that's it in a nutshell. So I'm now happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. We do have some questions. And the first one is from Rod van Leuven, who's very interested in semantics. I know he says, did you introduce also structured data for the electronic FBL for enabling automatic processing?
So as I've said, the full digital version of the document is not available yet, but this is our intention to make this available in the future.
Okay, thank you. Rob, if you want to make any other comments or follow, is that okay for you? You can answer in the chat or add another question. We give Rob a chance if he wants to raise something else. But in the meantime, we have 2 questions from Alexei Bondarenko. The first one is, if he's right, is he right that Fiata will keep and have access to all of the electronic FBLs?
So yes, there will be a record that will be kept on our blockchain, secure blockchain solution.
Thank you very much. Okay. And the other question from Alexei is, do you have an option to share the electronic FBLs with customs?
So the sharing process.
Jetzt ist Grillzeit. Feine
Doing...
Sutero-Spezialitäten für echte Fleischliebhaber.
Sorry.
So schmeckt Grill.
Oh, mein Gott.
Yeah, so the sharing process, this is something that we are going to leave to the freight forwarders and the different software providers who are already providing different solutions for the electronic sharing process of documents. So yes, of course, they could share it with the customs through the tools that they are already using.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any other questions to ask Cecilia? I don't see any at the moment. Thank you very much. And very, very interesting presentation. Okay, thank you very much, Lucilia. And we wish you luck with the pilots. And we're interested to keep in touch with you, of course. Okay, so now I would like to move on to focus now on digital transformation in the Black Sea and to Baltic Sea and the Eastern Partnership multimodal corridor. And I would like to introduce Mr. Arturas Filiponis, who is from Lithuania and will be introducing information about the EU for Digital project in his area. Thank you, Arturas. Are you ready to present? Do you have your presentation?
Yes.
Great.
Tell me when you see it.
We see it perfectly. Thank you.
You see it well. Okay. Super. So let me do some adjustment. Do you see it well?
We see you well and your background,
Okay.
but not the presentation right now.
Okay. Okay. Let me.
We did see it just now. I don't know where it's gone.
Let me readjust just a minute. Yes, you should see it now.
We do, thank you.
Yeah, so good morning, Sue. Good morning, participants of the conference. I'm Arturas Filiponis. I'm representing EU for Digital project. I'm EU for Digital project leader. And at the same time, I'm a partner at EY. And today, as it was introduced, I would like to give some highlights of the work we are doing in Eastern partner countries in relation to the e-trade topic, as well as other related topics. And I would like to start this presentation from overview of what we are doing in the EU for Digital project as such. And so the project has started almost 3 years back, and it was one of the key instruments in the Eastern Partnership policy implementation, focused on the digital thematics. And the focus, of course, is to eliminate the barriers for the Eastern partner countries to become a single digital market family members. And by this I mean that the project aims at opening the possibilities for the companies, for the citizens, to have access to the cheaper, faster, geographically better covered connectivity, to be able to exchange the data and documents digitally, not just across the borders of EAP countries, but as well with EU. The people should be able to work in this new environment, so the skill aspects very important, and of course everything of course the business side as well, the ICT, innovation, and other related elements should be promoted and strengthened, maturity strengthened of the organizations to be able to play in this new environment. So we have 6 thematical activities under our project, which go more or less in line of these 4 broader directions: digital infrastructure, digital and interoperable services, digitally transformed business, and digital skills. And more specifically, in the infrastructure domain, we are working with roaming agreements, roaming agreement among EAP countries, which, if everything goes well, is to be signed end of this year. We are exploring as well the possibilities of roaming tariffs reductions between EAP countries and EU. And we're as well working with strengthening regulator independence, spectrum release, and other matters. So this is the digital infrastructure. On another important element, we can digitalize the documents and it can exchange documents. The question is how trusted they are. So in the scope of our activities, we worked with digital ID and digital signature, and the digital signature pilot has happened between Ukraine and Moldova, and between Ukraine and Estonia, which lays a ground for the next steps to full recognition of the signatures among the countries. And I think this is a very important element because we can discuss about the data models, about the data exchange, etc. But if we want to make it accepted by the state institutions and kind of embed in all the aspects of the business transacting, it should be trusted. And our project, our initiative is focusing on addressing it. There are other aspects like digital skills, competence frameworks, and the like. Strong focus on ICT innovation. So we did analysis of the investment gap in startups and scale-up, digital startups and scale-ups. And based on this, we are currently working on establishing a 150 million plus fund with associated programs to finance the startups and scale-ups in the EAP countries and promote further. There are many more activities. You can see the link. You can go there and explore in more detail if interested. Now, zooming in on the thematics of the today discussions on the e-trade. So one of the activities or work streams we have is e-trade. And when we say e-trade, we look at it throughout the whole value chain of buy, ship, and pay. And of course, the idea of our project is that we drive the framework establishment. So how the one or another area has to be understood in the context of European global best practices and addressed, meaning we set the framework to identify the gaps and then define the specific activities to address these gaps. Another thing we do pilots. So we are trying to play and see how one or another concept that we came up works. And this lays the ground for the larger scale projects and initiatives for the full implementation in the countries and cross-country, what's even more important. So looking at what we are doing, what we've done, so just few things to mention. We did analysis of e-commerce ecosystem in the countries, identify the gaps, and currently we are in the finalization of so-called virtual warehouse testing. So what does that take practically? So the sellers of the goods from Azerbaijan, Georgia, Armenia can place their goods on German marketplaces, eBay in this particular case. So it's not just the study, not just theory, it's a practical thing working, that the data model defined, data being exchanged electronically, and functioning solution. Yeah? Another important task which we are doing is to promote faster border crossing by exchange of pre-arrival data with the customs and between the customs. And the pilot which we have between Lithuania and Belarus is currently kind of in the final stages, and this gives a very many good learning points on how to use that in full and what benefits it brings. We as well worked on implementing e-delivery solution for the exchange of e-invoice for Armenia and Ukraine, and connecting these countries to the PEPOL network, which as well maybe small thing in itself, but very hands-on and opened many opportunities for other discussions and application of e-delivery. And again, we are talking about standardization, trust, and cross-border interoperability. So, and the last topic to mention, which is probably the essence of today's discussions, we worked on preparatory actions for digital transport corridor. In our scope, the corridor was defined as Black Sea, Baltic Sea corridor, where we did analysis of the situation in the countries and came up with the recommended approach, set of projects, if you will, how the EAP countries can explore and develop this topic further. And what you see on the screen is just the illustration, which of course, based on the data some years ago when the study was started, where we looked at what is the level of digitalization of certain logistic and transport components in the Eastern partner countries. Specifically here you see two of them listed, and Lithuania, yeah, because it's part of the corridor. Yeah? And as you see, there are many red and yellow colors. By now, situation probably have changed on some aspects, and which basically says that if the country is not didn't digitalize its documents and processes in the country. So to think that you can do this cross-border very easily and this will cover all the possible services, it's probably very optimistic. So the focus is, of course, cross-border, but with the strong aspect on what we need to change on a national level for it to work. And when we say this, we mean not just the data model and the standards. We mean as well organizational aspect, because achieving the consensus, especially in multimodal case, bringing the relevant players from the government and from the private sector, it's not an easy task to do. Yeah? So it needs time, it needs testing, piloting, and that's the way to go. Now the concept of the corridor that we came up. So it's a federated network of platforms in Eastern partner countries. Yeah? So it's not a one platform, and this platform should focus on different types of services. We follow, of course, EU developments, the DTLF recommendations, DTLF way of thinking, and their recommended services. But of course, on the key focus, at least in our analysis, was on visibility administrative services. Now, the idea was to focus where on the extension or planned extension of the TEN-T corridors. Yeah? So although the essence of our study was Baltic Black Sea corridor, but we as well had in mind other potential corridors in the countries covering Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Moldova, and the like, not just Ukraine and Belarus. I already mentioned our partners in this work, in this discussion, were EU Commission representatives. We had a very good discussions with DG Move and some discussions with TechSud, and of course we closely followed the TLF and FT recommendations and developments. Yeah? So the essence of this corridor should be national e-logistics systems as in the center. One may say, oh, it's a bit different from how EU thinks, where more decentralized the certified FT platforms are envisaged. Yes and no. On one hand, the AP countries have preference and natural trend towards more stronger governmental say in this game, and naturally this could be a starting point with later these NELs becoming FT platform, FT-like platforms in the future, and the implementation, because everything is in the development, and today we have had many stories and pilots and the cases what is happening, so there's no that established practice which you can take and just move over. Of course, it has to be tested and tried with a lot of learning embedded. So we came up with the concept of living labs, where we incrementally where the Eastern partner countries incrementally would develop and test and launch to full different parts of this whole data model. And yeah, and then of course in this corridor story there are EU countries, so we do not envisage for the EU countries to have this centralized platform. The idea was to connect to the existing governmental platforms and services. And this on the screen you can see the suggested timescale. Of course, everything is subject to the start, but as you can see, it's split into the phases, into the components or the labs, and aligned with the EU developments in terms of the TLF, FT, Federated, and Phoenix. So that is end of my presentation and where we stand currently. So the approach was discussed with the multiple stakeholders, and currently is in the consideration on how to put it to life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Of course, in the light of the theme of the seminar this year, it will be very interesting to follow discussions with you about whether and how the UNECE multimodal transport model and the by-ship pay that has been developed over the last 30 to 40 years within UNECE on a global basis will be able to help with your projects. So this will come up later, but I have a hand up and I have one question. So if I could go to Mario Apostolov first, who has raised his hand. Mario, please.
Very much. Thank you, Arturas, for your wonderful presentation. I also put this question in the chat. We have had an excellent correspondence with DG NEAR the end of 2020. I fully acknowledge the point that you made. Kind of, it's very important to make the organizational issues work, and you are very well positioned in that. With the resources and contacts that you have. Also, the ideas about certification and mutual recognition of electronic signatures, etc. And the point is kind of the topic of what we are discussing now, the use in corridors, in digital corridors, of the multimodal harmonized UN standards. How can we go ahead with these pilot projects? How can we build synergies so that we work further on the implementation of those standards that we've been discussing for the two last days now? And like there was just two elements like this morning.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Mario, for the question. I think it's very relevant. And here, I'm representing you for digital project, but I'm not the end decision maker on how the things will go with the different initiatives. On my personal note, I can say that naturally they should be alive. And we closely work with DigiMove, and we know that DTLF is in exploration and alignment of the data model with UNECE data model, and this is happening. And naturally, in my personal opinion, this should be kept in mind, not just in mind, in action and in discussing and aligning, because it's not one. This story, this development is not one-sided. It's not like one player will set the rules and it will be like this. No, this is a multi-party, it's multimodal, multi-party discussion, and naturally many aspects need to be considered. So, in my personal opinion, this should be definitely taken into account. How it will develop de facto, the Commission decides. Yeah, the Commission together with the Eastern partner. Country partners.
Thank you.
Just one point, if you allow me, Sue. Like our project is till the end of the year, maybe a couple of months more. So we have to advance and let us organize some more substantive discussion. Last one we had in February. Let's discuss one in June, maybe together with DG NEA and the other DGs, like what we had in February, because like we really have to move ahead with our project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mari.
Yeah, just a small comment from me. I think there are so many other challenges that you described very well in your presentation. And I'd like to go back to Zahwani's presentation as well. If we can really reuse global international standards in a harmonized way, we can spend a lot more time on the other challenges which we still need to solve. So hopefully we can work together to make that part of the story that you need in your projects easier and more linked to other projects. I have one question and then I have a hand up. So first of all, Rob van Louveren asks, what is your experience at the semantic level for exchanging data? And I think this is very related to the last intervention from Maria.
Oh, in the last part where I presented digital transport corridor, so we didn't do any practical activities yet. This were preparatory activities together with the very reputable set of experts from Eastern partner countries. So it was not, the experience was more on a discussion level, but the examples I mentioned, for example, the e-commerce virtual warehouse. So we covered whole range. So this is de facto implementation, de facto working exchange of the data in reality, not just small pilot, but actually almost the real thing. So we addressed all the elements of interoperability, both semantic, technical, legal, and kind of it worked. So I think when we are approaching this these activities, we take into account all dimensions.
Thank you. Again, a small comment from me. Within UNCFACT, we have considered very carefully, as many others have, the e-commerce dimension. You mentioned it in your presentation and just now. From our point of view, e-commerce is about a different way of trading. And obviously that has a lot of associated business requirements and the processes involved. But as far as transportation and as far as interactions with government agencies at the border, it really isn't different. So we tend to look at the whole thing as a framework, but for us, the e-commerce is the very interesting new ways of trading through internet platforms. I just wanted to just mention that.
Just Sue, to add to you, indeed it is. And when we did this pilot, and this pilot is still happening as we speak, meaning this week, and so we launched one country. So we followed EU e-commerce package, VAT e-commerce package. So the new things which will go live fully from the summer this year were actually tested, and we ran it in a live environment based on new standards. So that's we are very happy with this, because it's not just the solution, it's a very big learning exercise for the Eastern Partner countries, because to create the awareness, to make people understand what is upcoming, how this will affect them, to build this consensus between the government and the private actors is super important. It's not less important than having the data model. Yeah?
Absolutely.
If I may say so.
It's a learning curve for many countries, I think, or maybe all countries. Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so now I would like to pass the floor to Valery Bakovsky, who has raised his hand for an intervention.
Actually, yes, thank you, Sue. I would like just to make a small contribution on the behalf of the EU for Digital Trade Network. Mr. Mikhailovsky was supposed to make that contribution, but he's got some urgent, say, activity ordered by the ministry. Anyway, so I would like to support the pilot and the approach which Arturas presented, because it was a long way to develop that sort of consensus between the countries involved. And currently we are, I guess, in a good position when that sort of concept was accepted by the European Commission, the DG Move, and other directorates, and hopefully they will find the modality for that project to be launched in the nearest future. Meanwhile, we've got some homework in the Eastern Partner countries to do, and as our representatives reported the day before, that a couple of countries are actively developing the sort of practical approach to the integration platforms for the pilot presented. And beside that, so as I presented yesterday, our working group is actively developing the innovative information exchange approach to the cross-border data transactions. So I do believe that with all efforts synergized, we could be ready for the practical pilot according to the plan which Arturas presented. By the way, it was like a bit of luck when Mario involved us in the activities dedicated to the harmonization of the standards and application of the new UNECE standards to the multimodal digital corridors. That's, to my mind, is a very good synergy. And so I could say, so if everything on the sky will be placed as a proper star, we are destined to succeed with that sort of project. That's my personal mind.
Thank you very much. And I have...
Sue, if I may, can make a last intervention. I think this thematic has no option just to go ahead. Just the question of the modality and speed. That's my view. So there's no way to escape it.
I don't like to think of it as a punishment, but
no. It's in a positive sense. No way to escape.
I do believe it's just responsibility. If we launch that sort of project, so we have to make it.
It's also a question of timing, isn't it? And as was mentioned earlier in the seminar, there are lots of very difficult and challenging and bad results from the pandemic that we've all been suffering from. But maybe this ability to be able to work together and make some real moves forward towards digitalization through the standardization of semantics is a contribution that might actually be helpful. And as Mario said, there is the UN the UNDA project, which is bringing together all the UN organizations to work together. And if we can feed into that and all benefit from it, then I think it's all very good news. I hope everyone agrees with that. Yeah. I've been informed by the organizers that there is, due to the real life situation that sometimes occur, we will not be able to have the presentation that is on the schedule with the perspective for the Eastern Partnership countries. But I wonder, Mr. Sorry, I'm getting all mixed up now. Would you have any other comments for us that you would like to add as the colleagues are not able to join? Mr. Vakowski. I think you're muted, Mr. Vakowski.
Actually, we are keeping the say momentum for the development of the good cooperation, and in a couple of days there will be the Eurasian Digital Forum held in Minsk with online mode, and there will be the big section dedicated to the ecosystem of the digital transport corridors Eurasian Economic Union is developing. But it's not just purely for the Eurasian Economic Union, so we've got the guests from all other countries, Asian countries and Eastern Partner countries. That's why we are extending our discussions for the topics we touched during this seminar. That means that our working group and Belarus is committed to develop the cooperation. And Mario was invited as well. So that means that all the practical components of the professional approach to the digitalization of the transport corridors and usage of the international standards will be promoted and discussed early next week.
That's very interesting and useful information. So I wish you well with that meeting next week. And
by the way, I promised yesterday to send the invite or link to that sort of event. So I'll do that in the nearest half an hour. Okay.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, good. Mario, could you confirm to me, please, the situation now with Mr. Igor Michalowski? Is he able to be with us at all or not at the moment?
It was already announced by Mr. Verkovsky that Mr. Michalowski is busy with the ministry.
That's okay, fine. Well, thank you very much, everybody. We've had some very interesting presentations. We don't have any more questions in the open panel, and we don't have any more questions on specifically any of the individual presentations, but I think we have a little bit more time, and maybe I would like to ask if there are any representatives, particularly right now, of the Eastern European countries that would like to make comments. Now is a great opportunity. Am I right that the panelists are the only people who can raise a hand? Otherwise it has to be through the chat or a question. Could you let me know, please, organizers? How can people contribute to the discussion? Alexander, are you muted?
Well, thank you, Sue. Actually, the representatives, the speakers in the audience can raise hands and just to ask questions.
Open to our interruptions, please. The floor is yours.
Mr. Zakhani, it's quite another. So the floor is open, and anyone willing can raise hands and to ask question or to chat.
Yeah, it's an important opportunity because the schedule's been quite busy, and we now have an opportunity for discussion on today's presentations, but also any other thoughts or questions or comments that you would like to raise. So I welcome if anyone would like to raise their hand.
Yes, you. Well, actually, if we saved time today, yesterday we spare a lot of time. It was me, you and me, or me and you. So I missed my presentation yesterday. So if it is possible, I could do it right now.
This would be very, very good. Thank you very much. We would welcome that indeed. Thank you, Alexander.
Well, sometimes we have something in the pocket, yeah, not to spare time.
Exactly, exactly.
Yeah. So if you allow me, I will perhaps make my presentation. To share my screen. So, do you see? Can you see?
Yes.
Okay. So I would like to say that sometimes when we're moving forward to the future, we sometimes forget about the past. And they used to say that you'll never move to the future on the cut of the past. So sometimes reminiscences and my presentation that I'm supposed to do to make right now initially was made and presented at the 64th session, biennial session of the UNECE with the ministers of foreign affairs, ministers of transport, and high-level officials from different countries as well as ambassadors. And the proposals from this presentation came were the part of the action plan for UNECE for 5 years. But at the same time, I would like you to look at this with the present situation and to compare what it was 10 years ago. Have a look, just have a look. That's why I called it, and I have a new name, Flashback 10 years after, or what it was over there. So despite actually clear achievements of progress, elimination of cross-border obstacles for international trade still remains one of the most urgent tasks for both as for trade and for numerous countries and governments. Generalization at the level of international organizations, rich experience of states that have managed to achieve significant progress in this direction, made it possible to create powerful international tools. However, just I read and you can see all these cross-border obstacles. There is always a need to reduce the risk of improper tool selection, considering the bilateral nature and diversity of trade and transport. So progress in trade practices is direct interest of trade in increasing competition. And exactly this interest dictates priority progress in transportation, control, storage, etc., on which depends the amount and the speed of getting the net profit. So net profit is the basics for trade and for development of nations. Well, in fact, these two types of progress are contradictory because the control and speed of movement of goods are contradicting to each other. So the globalization has become the first serious challenge for the states to overcome the natural conservatism in adapting controls to the demands of trade. Well, in its turn, this led to formation and implementation of trade-offs aimed at meeting international needs. So the needs of the commerce and the national capacity of the states are the basics for the balance, how to find the balance, the needs of trade and the needs and security and safety that has been implemented by the governmental agencies. So gradually, this is safe and security, safe and secure trade, not just the trade itself, especially in this time of pandemics, not only the threats of pandemics, but still all the threat that has been for many years, starting from 2001, 3, 11, and so on and so forth. So this accuracy reflected in the legal and real properties of the goods, clarity for different languages and applications, speed of delivery, ease of handling, and reliability. This is some 4 pillars for the traders as well for customs and other governmental authorities. So this is the flow of the goods and flow of the information. So we can state that the recent examples of the EU ambitious projects such as electronic customs and coordinated border management, as well as customs single window surtax, and based on it, the project for a proposal, European Commission proposal for establishing single window for customs. But at the same time, we see that all these obstacles has been and still alive. But the modern list could be added of these obstacles. So in this context, all goods transported through the borders. On this scheme, we see a supply chain through the cross-border obstacles. And we see it is made on the basis of the recommendation 18, trade facilitation. We see the producer, the seller, the buyer, consignee, public regulation on the vertical, and information trade transaction. And we see in the map legend 1 and 2, this is basic statement on information for decision making. And number 2, this is place and time of execution of physical intervention. And we see consignee of goods and consignor and supply chain through international. We see the arrows. On the left-hand side, we see the consignment means of transport, all possible operations, and the second one, available data concerning the goods. So the consignment or the goods or the transport can never or must never reach the border before the information with it shall be at the border. And we see the barriers, public regulation, because trade has always been self-sufficient. The trader, the seller, and the buyer are self-sufficient without transport, without anyone. I went to the shop, or I phoned a call right now. I ordered something, I paid money, and that's it. But at the same time, the government should make safety and security with their regulations, with their obstacles, as well as with their barriers. Well, in the context of the transportation, it is necessary to make a theoretical drawback of looking, and especially based on the WSO safe framework of standards, starting from 2005 till the latest version of 2018, and so on. And all these things are based on the concept secure trade and electronic information flow. At the same time, on the basis of which all these movements are being held across the borders, international legal instruments, and the same, if we put it on the same template of the 18th recommendation by ship pay model, we see that we have railway transport, motor transport, or road transport, air transport, sea transport, and multimodal transport. It's not the transport itself, but multimodal that could be made via or through all these modes of transport. And again, we see public regulations. The public regulation in this case could support or to make some obstacles on the way of movement of different ways of transport. And we see that supporting international conventions or international instruments, as we used to say, Railway Convention concerning international carriage by rail, COTIF, Agreement of International Carriage of Goods by Rail, SMGS, and we have discussed yesterday, and Mr. Alexopoulos also told us, as well as representative of CIT, of Combined Consignment Note. For road transport, Convention on International Carriage of Goods by Road, and so on and so on and so forth. You will find this in the addendum to this seminar, so I will not explain a lot, just the essence of these things and what we have. We have Article 8, and then already since for 10 years, we have electronic CMR, and on the 26th of May this year, electronic T, Annex 11 to TR Convention entered into force. So more than 10 years have passed, And only right now we have this electronic possibility or to exchange in electronic form with the documents in this flow. And the same, what we have number one and number two. Number two, it should be after number one because information should be obtained, should be assessed, should be processed, and some decision should be taken or some recommendation for control agencies, starting from customs, border control, police, or phytosanitary veterinary control. This is why the consignment should came on the border crossing after already the prepared decision is being in the possession of all control agencies to avoid obstacles, to avoid long queues. Sometimes it takes some 4 or 5 days for road hauliers to queue before the border, before taking some actions or taking decision from the governmental agencies, because they do not have electronic documents. But at the same time, appearance as for today, we see the electronic documents on the same basis for different modes of transport. Shall it be, have it been previewed in these documents for railway transport? Already SMGS only, and the first attempt to introduce electronic SIM-SMGS consignment note was made and done and already fixed in the Annex 9 to the Harmonization Convention of the 1982, where SIM-SMGS consignment note and its electronic form could be used. It is written, could be used, not obligatory, but it could be used by customs authorities as a transit document. But it is very, very essential and important to have a hand on the pulse and to have all latest news on the developments, especially in the provisions of the EU regulations, to have this consignment note, combined consignment note, I underline, as the transit document for those countries that use sometimes CIM. This is mostly European countries and SMGS that spread all over the world, starting from China and other countries of the eastern countryside. For road transport, formalized e-document envisaged entirely. It was only in the ETR envisaged, but it was not in the ECMR at that time. Right now we see that in the competitiveness of ETR and ECMR, ECMR has already been implemented a couple of years ago. And nevertheless, it took 13 years for the governments and business community to develop additional protocol to the CMR convention and to implement ECMR equivalent. So to say, it took only half a year within the UNECE Act to implement ECMR equivalent, but it took almost 20 years from the governmental agencies as well as customs authorities. I was at the time, at the same time over there when we have been starting. 20 years. So the speed of customs and governmental agencies in developing, even if they have provisions for electronic documents, is still lagging behind the businesses, because business needs it more. The same situation, for sea transport emerged for the time being, and air aviation. We have a call from aviation authorities and aviation business community to implement their progresses and to implement the electronic documents that are based already on the development of the UNCFAC deliverables. At the same time, this is the same scheme, but we have two countries, and two countries repeat the same. One country with its own regulations and another country with the same but another regulations. This is the obstacles for smooth movements of goods and consignments via the border. And we could talk about the not only local but national and international profiles, risk assessments, and border controls that could be used like this, and then moved to one or another party. Joint border controls could be used on the basis of the mutually internationally agreed legal instruments, such as conventions, such as joint risk assessment, especially related to terrorism, especially related to COVID pandemics, as for today, and preliminary information and information exchange between governmental agencies, especially in the pandemics area and other drastic things. And it should be noted that we have such instruments just like single window and risk management that just like a twin, they always supposed to be near each other. And one-stop model or one-stop shop, as it was described. But we have at the national level and international level. And we have some questions. We have 9 questions on the left-hand side. What is the main goal? Who might bring these threats? How to neutralize detected threats? Who should provide this impact? How to achieve quick neutralization of threats identified? Where is the information about the threats? This is most essential, perhaps. And how to identify information about threats? Who should detect information about, and so on. And this is the model of coordinated border management that could be and should be jointly implemented on the basis of the UNECE Act for interoperability of different, not only systems, but data that circulating within this system. So, who might be the bearer of the threats? Traveling people, transported goods, and vehicles. And where all this information could be found in the information about traveling people or traveling individuals, and in the information about goods and means of transport. So this is very essential for the society to have information before, in advance, already assessed with the decision made before the transport, the goods, the consignment crosses the border, or in a view of a control agencies, because all the way we should keep in mind safe and secure trade, safety and security. This is the basics of the customs and other authorities for every and each country. So the short answers: traveling people and transport, we see. How to identify? We should analyze information on traveling individuals, analyze information on goods and means of transport. Where could we find it? From electronic documents or from electronic data that has been submitted far before in advance, based on the information and records we have already in our possession for many, many years. And this is not only for customs, this is not only for security, this is for everyone of us as the consumers as well. And it should be, and it could be balanced and agreed on the national and international level. At the national level, it could be national profiles or national methods, but it could be and should be agreed on the basis of the recommendations and the Harmonization Convention of 1982 on the alignment of controls on adjacent borders. So, nothing has changed at that time, but still we could deliver it. But we have some recommendations and some calls, perhaps they were made 10 years ago, and we have the same as for today. So we need a system approach, changing stakeholders' mindsets, wider application of UN conventions and trade conventions, training of personnel, collaborative programs, partnership between international organizations and trade, as well as implementations of control procedures and implementation of security system based on international standards, as well as application of single window, and as well as implementation and mutual recognitions primarily of the controls of the different customs clearances and other governmental agencies clearances. Thank you very much for your attention. Together we stand, divided we fall.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Perfect timing. I think what you're really highlighting there, for me, is that whilst business proceeds forward and while technology improves all the time, so we're told, it hasn't managed to be the solution to all of the issues that were raised not only 10 years ago, but maybe even earlier. It is a combination of all these things, and that last slide of yours that had all those combinations, I think, is well worth taking in mind. So thank you very much, and I'm very glad that you had the opportunity to show
Thank
us.
you, thank you so much.
Okay, so now we are coming to the end of this first session. We have 2 more minutes, so I would just like to thank very much all the presenters. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for your questions. And Mario, we will be reconvening in 15 minutes, if I'm correct.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And we are inviting the representatives of Trasica, BSEC, Guam, the World Economic Forum, and Longing to prepare for their presentations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Enjoy your
Meet
break.
you at 15 minutes, like 11:15. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you very much, Sue, for managing this interesting session.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Марио, вы меня слышите? Сабухи.
Слышу, Сабухи, я думал, как вам звонить, да.
Да. Смотрите, можно будет, если есть такая возможность, чтобы я, потому что Олег Сакш мне написал, чтобы я выступил сразу там 12-15 первым.
Ну, хорошо, давайте. Я надеюсь, господин Асафбаев и господин Кебелев, для них все в порядке.
Не, у нас просто там это не расписано, кто как выступает, просто я не знаю, в той программе, которая у меня есть. Я сижу, все как бы конференцию просидел, все послушал, все.
Да, спасибо. Кстати, там была очередь, но если у вас есть срочный... Я знаю, что вы там с господином Платоновым говорили, да? Хорошо, давайте, если у вас есть спец, я попрошу,
потом
чтобы вы...
я вот по поводу вопроса, пользуясь просто в дискуссии, да, то, что вот об этом я тоже скажу в своем выступлении, что мы договорились, что ИЭКОН будет нам представлять консультативную помощь.
Да, пожалуйста. Вот
я что хочу сказать, как мы это будем делать, понимаешь? Там немножко изменилась ситуация в Азербайджане, я сейчас Азером переписываюсь, у них там новый начальник появился. Но я думаю, это не проблема, но в любом случае этот вопрос как-то мы должны сделать. Мы либо его сейчас должны сделать, либо же его как-то там планировать на сентябрь месяц. Как ты думаешь?
Что планировать? Для нас лучше,
думаю,
чтобы мы начинали сразу.
Я бы хотел, знаешь, такую сделать маленькую, может быть, мини-сессию, да, вот там организовать отдельное заседание, посвященное этому вопросу.
Ну, как раз то, что мы сделали уже с Игбалом Бабаевым и с другими, вот появились у нас уже и грузины. Вот Азер мне помог, он мне помог найти контакты в Грузии.
Да.
Но сам в Азербайджане не смог сорганизовать это, так что давайте нам обговорить это вместе с украинцами.
Ну, я к чему говорю, да, то есть я бы не хотел, чтобы там долго мы этому вопросу посетили, там целыми днями сидели, я просто хотел, что в плане того, что мы делаем цифровизацию этих документов и договорились, что она будет в ваших стандартах, общепринятых, да, я просто хотел сделать такую мини-сессию, такую где-то часовую, обговорить эти все вопросы, чтобы она продвинулась, потому что вроде договорились, все есть, я там протокол отправил странам этот, это стоит на том месте. Я бы хотел, чтобы как-то по этому вопросу мы продвинулись. Я сейчас с Фаридом тоже буду разговаривать. Это Фарид Сафаров, помнишь, что принимал? Это с украинской стороны. Он является этим. У него тоже, по-моему, позиция поменялась. Я вот на днях видел, что его назначили, по-моему, в Укрпочту.
Ну, может быть, где-то в середине июня уже сделаем это?
Ну да, давай мы с тобой объективно поговорим, просто ты...
Да. Подготовим это и поговорим, потому что нам надо идти дальше, да?
Да, чтобы вот просто мы на этом месте не остановились, потому что время достаточно прошло. Мы это заседание проводили 10 марта, там люди уже там как бы...
Хорошо. Ну, вы видите, давайте сорганизуем это. вместе с Дмитрием Якименковым и подумаем, как
Нет
ну,
проблем.
уже решим и будем идти дальше.
Да, хорошо, Мария, хорошо. Давай.
Ну, давай оффлайн сделаем это, потому что сейчас много народу у нас,
Да,
у
ничего
нас на
страшного, мы же не
семинаре.
говорим, мы же
Да-да-да,
анекдоты
не-не-не,
рассказываем.
ну, чтобы их
Они могут
не...
сейчас же это у нас кофе-брейк могут поставить в этот.
Да-да-да. Хорошо, да-да, это очень...
Окей, я просто хотел...
Поговорим по телефону, надо
Хорошо,
эти
Мария.
вещи уже сразу решать и идти дальше.
Договорились.
У меня даже была одна идея там с Игбалом Бабаевым. Ну, давай по телефону говорим, как идти дальше с практическим консультантом. У нас был один там, который работал у него, который может это сделать.
Хорошо.
Он и работал и с фактом и так далее в Баку.
Хорошо, Мария, что давай.
Да-да, это очень... Может быть, на следующей неделе уже переговорим. Или после семинара. Yes.
Mariam, do you want to mute?
No. We are talking over using this channel like in a real, seminar. We are discussing the way forward.
I just wondered if you were aware that we were all here.
No, like in a real seminar, the participants are discussing the way forward.
Okay, that's fantastic. Okay.
No, but
it's not recording, yes, Mario.
Actually, Sue, we were discussing the way forward with the pilot project with Azerbaijan, and your proposal that we work with Kazim is a good idea. That's what we were discussing with Sabuhi Temirov from the...
I wasn't criticizing, I was, because obviously I can't understand the Russian, so just in case there was any mistake.
No, we were discussing the way forward like in a real seminar.
I will join you.
Mario, this is a real seminar. You should be more generous toward yourself.
Thank you, Courtney. Thank you.
It's very real, a good opportunity for conversation.
Yeah, Sabuhi Temirov is from the secretariat of the Guam organization. Courtney has come in early in the morning in Montreal from ICAO.
We're just missing the coffee or the tea or the beer or whatever it is that we should have while we're talking, right?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Courtney, for giving up so many evenings and nights this week, because I hope it's been very useful for you.
It has been. I'm very interested. I feel like I should go and take Russian so I can hear what Azerbaijan is up to, whatever you're talking about. But I'm sure I will learn in due course. There's so much potential in Azerbaijan in this area. So please continue your discussion.
Yeah, indeed.
Sorry.
Okay, we just finished. Thank you very much for understanding.
Thank you.
Thank you, man.
We'll get a call, Sabuhi, to discuss the details. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. I hope you can hear me. I hope you can hear me. I was
Yes, we can.
Yes, thank you. We are starting the last session at which we will have several organizations related to the development of digital corridors, and we are very happy to have very high-level representatives from these organizations. I see Mr. Ambassador Trajan Kebeleu from who is the Deputy Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of BSEC. We also have representatives of Trasica, the Secretary General, who is participating physically in a meeting in Odessa, and also Mr. Temirov, who is also participating in meetings from Guam. And then we will have, if they have managed to connect the representatives of the World Economic Forum and lodging the National Public Information Platform from Transportation and Logistics in China. So,
Mario, perhaps switch your language, just check your language, English or Russian.
Well, I was using the general.
In English, they do not hear.
Okay, they don't hear me.
Yes,
okay,
English.
Thank you very much. We are starting our last session now, and as I got a request from Mr. Temirov to speak first because of some engagements, I would like to give him the floor for his statement, and please keep the timelines for your statements. Thank you. Sabuhi, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mario. Thank you. Let me continue in Russian. Спасибо большое за приглашение вам, Алексеевичу. Каждый год мы встречаемся в этой платформе. Она действительно очень полезная, и много интересного, много полезного мы для себя как международная организация в этом тоже находим. Хочу сказать, что мы, как ГУАМ, полностью поддерживаем все те инициативы, которые были озвучены, и в этом направлении работаем. Вопросы, связанные с цифровизацией, они всегда были очень важными для нас, и этими вопросами, если посмотреть историю нашу, где-то в 2007-2008 году мы только начали вопросы, связанные с обменом предварительной информации. В то время это было очень тяжело. Страны почему-то...
Сабухи, переключите, пожалуйста, язык на русском.
Окей.
Перевод.
А у меня просто off стоит здесь. Я что должен поставить? Russian?
Надо нажать на Russian, да.
Так, давайте так. Сейчас нормально слышно? Могу я продолжить или нет? Так, я ничего не слышу от вас.
Вот так слышно вас на русском.
Да, ну я, в принципе, ничего не менял, это было все и так. Хорошо, давайте там сперва я сделаю share screen. У меня есть такая маленькая презентация. И тогда начну с самого начала. Спасибо большое за приглашение. Мы с удовольствием откликнулись принять участие в сегодняшней конференции. Хочу отдельно поблагодарить господина Платонова Алексеевича, Марио, который с нами очень активно сотрудничает. Для нас те вопросы, которые обсуждаются в рамках нашей в конференции, они являются очень важными, потому что они являются на повестке дня ГУАМ уже длительное время. Я уже говорил, в 2008 году мы только начали, когда секретариат функционировать, занялись вопросами предварительного декларирования. Вот вчера, на первый день, по-моему, нашей конференции господин Игвал-Бабаев очень многие проекты, которые в рамках ГУАМ осуществляются, он озвучил. Но я бы хотел немножко там, прежде начать историю нашего сотрудничества с ООН, Мы где-то 2003 года имеем там статус наблюдателя. Каждый год, каждые 2 года мы обновляем нашу, ну, как там, резолюцию между ГУАМ и ООН. Так, approve, да. И потом она обновляется. Также у нас очень хорошие налаженные связи с ИРУ, и у нас мы сейчас собираемся подписать соглашение с UNECE. Это как бы те направления, в рамках которых мы охватываем так или иначе вопросы, связанные с транспортным сотрудничеством. Значит, следующий вопрос. Я бы просто хотел показать вот нашу карту. Да, наверное, мы очень часто используем в разных мероприятиях эту карту. Она утвержденная карта ГУАМ. Те транзитные пути, которые проходят через наш регион, через регион ГУАМ. Сотрудничество в этой области ведется в основном в рамках организации по 2 направлениям. Это рабочая группа, даже не рабочая группа, руководящий комитет по содействию транспорту и торговле, в котором в основном задействованы представители таможенных ведомств и, конечно, там принимают участие пограничники. И есть рабочая группа по транспорту, в рамках которой сейчас уже в конце прошлого года в ходе министерской встречи мы создали рабочую группу ГУАМ-НЕТ, которая как раз-таки занимается теми вопросами, связанными с цифровизацией документов и созданием платформы для общего пользования. Значит, я по очереди расскажу, что нам удалось сделать в рамках руководящего комитета. Первый день нашей конференции господин Игбал Бабаев, заместитель таможенного комитета Азербайджана, он активный участник этого руководящего комитета, он, выступая, затронул некоторые проекты в рамках ГУАМ. Я намеренно не стал там вклиниваться и добавлять туда, потому что у меня презентация была предусмотрена. Сейчас я постараюсь вам вкратце рассказать, что нам удалось сделать, какие у нас планы и куда мы двигаемся. Первым основным документом, который положил сотрудничество по электронному обмену, это протокол, который мы подписали в 2015 году об обмене предварительного информирования. Когда мы готовили этот документ, я помню, мы с Марией говорили на этот счет, мы хотели просто вот данные расширить, но поскольку в тот момент это согласование шло очень сложно, мы тогда договорились, чтобы сузить обмен данными, чтобы в дальнейшем выйти на те стандарты, которые подразумеваются в рамках вот глобальных организаций. В принципе, это соглашение у нас начало работать, это протокол. У нас обмен предварительного информирования в рамках нашей организации есть. Сейчас ни один товар не двигается в рамках торговли и транспортировки без предварительного декларирования. Если она отправляется, то фактически появляются большие проблемы. И, в принципе, смысла нет отправлять, потому что она создает очень хорошие возможности для оценки рисков и для того, чтобы правильно осуществлять вот эту торговую операцию. Значит, помимо этого продолжения этого проекта мы сделали признание отдельных результатов таможенного контроля, который тоже помогает для того, чтобы вот это сотрудничество, она вышла на хороший уровень, чтобы ее эффективность была больше. В прошлом году, даже позапрошлом году, в рамках премьерской встречи мы подписали 2 соглашения, которые в рамках рабочего комитета долгое время обсуждалось, но в конце концов мы вышли на их подписание. Это о применении блокчейн при верификации сертификатов происхождения и о взаимном признании уполномоченных экономических операторов. На наш взгляд, и в принципе анализ показывает, что после того, как она будет полностью работать, в рамках зоны свободной торговли и транспортного коридора ГУАМ у нас появляются новые возможности для операторов, которые являются, скажем, работают и имеют этот статус, появляются новые возможности, как финансовые, так и временные, и их конкурентоспособность по сравнению с тем, у кого этого нет, она значительно растет. Но понимая того, что здесь очень много надо подтягивать со стороны законодательства, мы хотим вовлечь в эту работу парламентариев. Почему? Потому что, допустим, по уполномоченным операторам мы посмотрели очень мало в странах подготовленной договорно-правовой базы. Поэтому у нас есть парламентская ассамблея в рамках нашей организации. Мы обсудили эти вопросы в рамках экономической комиссии и хотим подтягивать эти вопросы и доработать, скажем, те законы, которые у нас не хватает. Например, подписание этого протокола у нас длилось долгое время, мы его не могли подписывать, потому что таможенном законодательстве Украины не было вот такого формулировки, но только его удалось туда ввести где-то в конец, где-то ноября, если я не ошибаюсь, 2019 года. Только после этого мы начали эту работу. А по применению блокчейн мы, конечно, продвинулись очень хорошо. Сейчас этот проект работает между Азербайджаном и Грузией в режиме пилотном. Я вам скажу, что первый анализ того, что это нам дает, потрясающие есть результаты. Например, мы анализировали, что в течение года с Грузией, между Грузией и Азербайджаном, товарооборот, в который осуществляется в рамках зоны свободной торговли в ГУАМ, только на верификации сертификатов происхождения, скажем, таможенный офицер потратил, если перевести его на время, и получается 288 рабочих дней, 8-часовых. В то время на все сертификаты, которые были отправлены. В то же время я хочу сказать, что с применением блокчейна для верификации, да, вот это время 288 рабочих дней сравнивается временем одного клика. То есть просто очень хорошие результаты. Я думаю, что у нас на следующей неделе состоится следующее заседание вот этой рабочей подгруппы, где мы рассмотрим вопросы, связанные уже полноценной работы. А для этого нам нужно узнать мнение юристов, какие нормативные документы есть, а каких нужно дорабатывать. Потому что, я скажу сразу, в рамках организации сразу это не получается, сразу вести во всех 4 странах. Мы просто поэтому начали его применять пока пилотно между Азербайджаном и Грузией, но мы думаем, что в скорое время к этому присоединится и Молдова, и Украина. Вы понимаете, тут есть вопросы, связанные с реорганизацией, поэтому мы не стали останавливаться. В данном случае, скажем, Украина и Молдова, они больше изучают опыт Грузии и Азербайджана. И, значит, это то, что в рамках РКПСТ. И последний проект я хотел бы сказать, что мы об этом, кстати, Игбал Бабаев тоже говорил, мы сейчас создаем проект для усовершенствования транзитных грузов, перемещаемых через госграницы государств-членов ГУАМ. Основная идея, как я уже повторяюсь, как он говорил, чтобы там свести к минимуму общение и побольше использовать вот те документы, которые мы говорим, цифровые документы, чтобы один раз, декларируя товар или перевозку, агент внешнеэкономической деятельности, чтобы больше не ходил по дверям, не стучал, чтобы он мог работать, при этом экономить и время, и финансы. И, соответственно, мы посчитали, что этим путем можно внести к минимуму так называемые несанкционированные финансовые расходы. Или, можем сказать, просто откровенно, там коррупционный элемент. Да? А в рамках, скажем, рабочей группы по транспорту, то, что я сказал, что министры в декабре провели встречу, мы создали рабочую подгруппу ГУАМ-нет. Мы сейчас его создаем как универсальная платформа для обработки и отображения данных, которая собирается и передается из национальных сегментов. Значит, у меня это есть. Значит, в рамках него планируется цифровизировать вот это 5 документов. Это электронная товарно-транспортная накладная, электронный ЦМР, электронный СМГС, эконосамент и карго. Значит, в этом заседании у нас принимал участие Марио, он его прекрасно помнит. Как раз мы сейчас во время кофе-брейка тоже об этом говорили. Мы планируем в ближайшее время провести и просить наших друзей ЕКОН, чтобы они оказали поддержку, чтобы в подготовке этих документов, чтобы мы могли взять стандартную и справочный модель СИФАКТООН для цифровизации ключевых товарно-сопроводительных документов. Вдобавок хочу сказать, что вот то, что тем, что мы столкнулись вот с пандемией, да, с одной стороны, конечно, это Это ужасно, что у нас сейчас нету такого нормального человеческого контакта. Мы сидим в разных столицах, разговариваем. Конечно, хотелось бы сейчас находиться в Одессе, тем более сейчас там прекрасная погода. Я специально посмотрел, там солнце светит, 23 градуса тепла. В Киеве сейчас там пасмурно, идет такой иногда дождик. Но плюс в чем вот этого, скажем, пандемии, да? Те вопросы, которые долгое время не решались, особенно связанные с цифровизацией, с применением вот этих информационных технологий, они быстро начали находить применение. Допустим, как отмечал недавно вот в предыдущем выступлении господин Федоров относительно ИТИР, да, то, что вот 25 числа она вступила в силу, кстати, мы тоже на этой церемонии принимали участие, долгое время эти документы не принимались, но сейчас эти документы принимают, потому что и бизнес, и государство, и все вовлеченные игроки понимают, что так, у нас уже нету той роскоши, просто мы можем сидеть и ждать, да? Мы должны что-то делать. В этом плане я хочу пожелать нам всем успехов и сказать, что мы, как региональная организация, готовы принимать участие во всех этих проектах самым близким образом. И нашу площадку вы можете всегда рассматривать, та площадка, которая готова к сотрудничеству. Если что-то нужно будет, какие-то вопросы, я с удовольствием отвечу. В принципе, я это сказал. И последнее я хочу добавить, что у нас есть еще рабочая группа по информационным технологиям, где так или иначе это вопросы тоже рассматриваются. Вопросы, связанные с транспортом и торговлей, мы рассматриваем в рамках тех двух групп, которые я сказал. Спасибо большое. Если что-то будут, я с удовольствием вопросы я отвечу.
Спасибо. Thank you very much, Mr. Temirov. We are taking your recommendation for further pilot projects to work on, and we will discuss with you, as we just agreed during the coffee break, how we go forward with the documents that that you just listed in your presentation. Any other questions? Anything from the chat? No, I would like to ask now the representative, the Secretary General of the Permanent Secretariat of the Intergovernmental Committee of the Transport Corridor Europe, Caucasus, Asia, Trasika, Mr. Asset Asavbayev, who was kind enough to join our meeting, and he will make a presentation. Mr. Asavbayev, the floor is yours.
Добрый день, рад вас всех приветствовать. Надеюсь, меня все хорошо слышно. Так, мои коллеги должны сейчас параллельно запустить презентацию. Действительно, я здесь в ряде сессий участвую, но хочу отметить, что очень интересные сессии проходят именно по вопросу цифровизации транспортных документов. Для меня большая честь здесь участвовать в обсуждениях. Хотел бы сказать, что, как вы правильно до меня также было отмечено, что мы все стали на сегодняшний день свидетелями ускоренного внедрения цифровых решений, в том числе определенную динамику придала пандемия, как бы мы его негативные стороны не рассматривали, но он явился также положительным толчком в сфере цифровизации. Да, вот есть презентация, и я думаю, можем мы начинать. Мы на сегодняшний день, как вы знаете, наша организация занимается вопросом обеспечения транспортных перевозок по коридору Европа, Кавказ, Азия. Но вопросы упрощения, вопросы ускорения, вопросы цифровизации также у нас в повестке дня, вопросы процедур пересечения границ и так далее. Не секрет, что работа на разных видах транспорта велась, в том числе по цифровизации, она велась разрозненно и иногда даже не согласована между собой. И на сегодняшний день мы видим, что для развития мультимодальных перевозок требуется интеграция различных информационных систем и гармонизация в развитии цифровых решений на транспорте. К сожалению, на сегодняшний день нет, так сказать, единого документа, который бы позволял перевозить грузы на разных видах транспорта ввиду различных требований к ним. И здесь хотел бы высказать свою уверенность, что работа, проводимая в рамках цифровой трансформации и стандартизации обмена данными и документами при мультимодальных перевозках внесет значительный вклад в обеспечение унификации информации. И в данном контексте хотелось бы от имени постоянного секретариата еще раз выразить признательность Центру ООН по упрощению процедур торговли электронным деловым операциям СИФАКТ за огромный труд в этом направлении. Мы полностью поддерживаем те инициативы, и ряд из них мы применяем в работе. Вопрос цифровизации, он является особо актуальным в обеспечении мультимодальных перевозок в регионах Европы, Кавказа, Азии, так как постоянный секретариат уделяет большое внимание электронным решениям. На сегодняшний день мы разрабатываем концепцию, пожалуйста, следующий слайд, концепцию цифровизации международного транспортного коридора, который направлен на расширение границ применения электронных транспортных документов и обеспечение информационного взаимодействия между участниками перевозочного процесса и, конечно же, с компетентными органами стран. Для этого основной задачей в рамках данного документа является создание информационной платформы, которая позволяет реализовать новые инициативы по внедрению электронных документов. Для этого ведется внутригосударственная процедура согласования текста соглашения о едином транзитном разрешении Трасека, который будет применяться только в электронном виде и заменит для автомобильных перевозчиков все необходимые транзитные разрешения на одно разрешение. И все это мы планируем реализовать в рамках информационной системы. Аналогичная работа по цифровизации будет проведена и по многосторонним разрешениям Трасека. Они у нас применяются с 2016 года. И это позволит, то есть эта система позволяет применять одно разрешение на все виды перевозок, начиная от двустороннего транзитного до перевозок выезд третьих стран. На сегодня этот вид разрешения применяется в бумажном носителе, и мы планируем перевести его на электронный носитель. Мы также активно работаем с Международным союзом автомобильного транспорта по вопросам осуществления пилотных перевозок по аналогии, следующий слайд, СИЭТИР и присоединения стран к дополнительному протоколу. Да, это вот слайд по разрешению Трасека. Следующий слайд, это будет как раз-таки по вопросам ЕТИР, которым мы работаем, в том числе по ЕСМР, в части дополнительного протокола Конвенции ООН. 6 стран-участниц Трасека стали первыми в пилотировании цифровых проектов по ЕТИРу. И сейчас мы активно прилагаем усилия, чтобы сделать пилотную перевозку между 3 странами, но задействовав морской участок. Уверен, что с готовностью ООН страны Трасека приступят к активному применению, в том числе ЕТИР. Также хотел сообщить, что 8 из 13 стран коридора на сегодняшний день присоединились к дополнительному протоколу КДПГ, но по сравнению с ЕТИР, переход на применение электронной накладной СМР вызывает ряд вопросов со стороны стран, которые готовы к имплементации и реализации положений дополнительного протокола. В целях скорейшего перехода на электронный транспортный документ считаем целесообразным обсудить дальнейшие шаги с участием стран, которые выразили согласие на обязательность данного документа. Здесь также важно уделить внимание гармонизированному подходу по реализации ЕСМР, учитывая результаты ранее проведенных пилотных перевозок, а также выработать пошаговый план или своеобразную инструкцию по обеспечению перехода на использование электронной накладной. Со своей стороны, постоянный секретариат изучал результаты пилотных перевозок и пришел к заключению, что в итоге отсутствует согласованный подход к реализации и полноценной интеграции с информационными системами государственных органов. При этом все еще открытым остается вопрос авторизации и подтверждения подписи или же подтверждения участников перевозочного процесса. Вопросы также хранения и передачи данных также остались открытыми и задаются на сегодняшний день странами. Более того, осуществленный пилотный проект между странами Европейского Союза не может быть применен, на наш взгляд, между странами, которые не имеют общего рынка и осуществляют контрольные процедуры пунктов пропуска на государственных границах. Таким образом, важно рассматривать и требования важно рассматривать требования, принятые в рамках региональных объединений для обеспечения бесперебойного функционирования электронного СМР. Мы готовы со своей стороны внести свой вклад в реализацию положения дополнительного протокола и обеспечить условия для осуществления тестирования на территориях стран-участниц Тросека. И выражаем уверенность, что, объединившись, мы сможем ускорить практическую реализацию идей, позволяющих максимально упростить процедуру перевозок на автомобильном транспорте. В сфере железнодорожных перевозок мы ведем активную работу по максимальному применению накладной ЦИМС МГС на протяжении всего коридора для обеспечения беспрепятственной перевозки грузов. Мы хотим также перейти на применение электронной накладной. В данном направлении выражаю также заинтересованность постоянного секретариата в пилотировании электронной накладной и иных транспортных документов, которые применяются на железнодорожных перевозках на территориях стран-участниц коридора Тросека. В целом, учитывая работу по внедрению электронных документов, которые быстро адаптируются к новейшим разработкам и практикам, хотел бы предложить рассмотреть возможность по повышению компетенции участников перевозочного процесса, так как отмечается растущий разрыв навыков и компетенций между разработчиками проектов и их последующими, так сказать, реализаторами в лице компетентных государственных органов стран и перевозчиков. Уважаемые участники, мне бы хотелось также уделить внимание новой инициативе. Это проект создания цифровой платформы таможенного транзита, подчеркиваю, таможенного транзита для мультимодальных перевозок. Инициирован в прошлом году совместно с Международным центром транспортной дипломатии. Данный проект является реализацией хорошо известной концепции Всемирной таможенной организации под названием «Глобальная таможенная сеть». Основным ядром проекта является глобальный транзитный документ, созданный на основе технологии блокчейн корпорации IBM. Этот цифровой продукт позволит перевозить грузы в контейнерах всеми видами транспорта, ну, кроме авиации, от пункта отправления до пункта назначения через несколько границ без обязательного таможенного досмотра, тем самым содействуя международной торговле. Проекты использованы как последние достижения науки, так и хорошо известные и зарекомендовавшие себя механизмы и решения. Хочу подчеркнуть, что новая мультимодальная схема носит взаимодополняющий характер и не составляет конкуренцию существующим секторальным или же региональным системам, применяемым на различных видах транспорта. Надеемся, что данная инициатива сможет внести свою лепту в упрощение условий торговли и перевозки грузов, особенно для стран, не имеющих выхода к морю. К концу года мы планируем организовать пробные перевозки по этой схеме и доложить о первых результатах в 2022 году после всестороннего анализа и изучения результатов. Уверен, что при работе над пилотным практическим применением глобального, при работе над, так сказать, практическим применением глобального транзитного документа и иными инициативами Тросека, направленными на широкое применение информационных технологий, стандарты, разработанные экспертами СИФАКТ ООН, позволят гармонизировать обмен данными при осуществлении мультимодальных перевозок. Со своей стороны хочу еще раз заверить вас в готовности постоянного секретариата присоединиться к практическому применению стандартов в регионе Тросека. Мы также готовы совместно проработать по вопросу обеспечения совместимости данных и возможности взаимодействия между заинтересованными сторонами. В завершение хочу поблагодарить организаторов международного семинара за возможность обсуждения значимого вопроса в обеспечении устойчивого транспортного сообщения между странами. Желаю всем крепкого здоровья и дальнейшей реализации планов и задач. Благодарю за ваше внимание. Я надеюсь, я не сильно нарушил регламент. Спасибо.
Нет, спасибо. Очень интересное выступление. Очень интересно посмотреть, какие у вас инициативы. И я хочу подтвердить, что мы готовы сотрудничать в осуществлении ваших проектов в плане вот этих стандартов, о которых вы отметили. Когда мы сейчас обсуждаем окончательные рекомендации, то мы включили возможность, извините, я включу русский язык. Спасибо за ваше выступление. Мы готовы работать с вами по пилотным проектам применения стандартов СЕФАКТ в пилотных проектах по применению цифровых технологий. Так что спасибо за вашу инициативу, чтобы сотрудничали, и будем идти дальше в этом плане. Включим элементы об этих пилотных проектах в рекомендации нашего семинара. Спасибо, господин Асадбаев. Есть ли вопросы от других участников? Я не вижу ничего ни в чате, ни в вопросниках. Был комментарий от господина Федорова, но он более общий, чтобы включить усиление сотрудничества между государствами, региональными организациями и секториальными и другими организациями по дальнейшей работе по цифровизации, учитывая стандарты СЕФАКТ. Спасибо. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, any questions? If not, thanks, Mr. Savbayev. And I would like to invite the next representative of a regional organization, Ambassador Traian Kebeleu, the Deputy Secretary General of the Permanent International Secretariat of the Organization of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation, BSEC, with whom we have worked both with Mr. Kebeleu and with BSEC. We have worked for many years on trade facilitation.
I thank you very much. Can I speak? Do you hear me?
Yes, please. We hear you very well.
Thank you very much. And first of all, I apologize because I did not prepare a PowerPoint presentation. So I will say a few words in a normal way. And I want to say, distinguished participants, that on behalf of the Black Sea Economic Cooperation Organization, I express our appreciation to the UNECE Economic Cooperation and Trade Division and to Custom and Trade Facilitation Commission, ICC Ukraine, for having invited us to this seminar focusing on the role of the digitalization in the multimodal transport. The discussions in the various sessions, and I have to tell you that I followed practically all the sessions, were highly informative for us and extremely useful in our future work. Transport connectivity, which is essential to facilitate movement of goods, services, and people, and plays a significant role in the social and economic development of the BSEC member states, is high on the agenda of our organization. In fact, there is no alternative to digitalization and automation of procedures for the international transport, which is to a large extent still based on paper documents, including custom declaration, vehicle registration, authorization document, and others. Determined efforts have been initiated in recent years in the BSEC framework for the introduction of more automation and digitalization in the procedures concerning the transport of goods and services in order to achieve sustainable transport and mobility in the wider Black Sea area in the implementation of the transport-related sustainable development goals. In this context, our organization pay much attention to the promotion of the single window and joint control procedures in order to reduce waiting time for vehicles at national border crossing point and to facilitate custom checks. BSEC fully supports the efforts aimed at implementing ETIR and ECMR for the international road transport of goods in the BSEC region and the e-visa for the professional drivers from the BSEC member states. With the aim to support trade and transit flows among our member states during the COVID-19 pandemic, we promote the recommendation issued by the UNECE and by IRU for border crossing operation, in particular using TIR or ETIR for ensuring seamless and paperless border crossing, as well as cross-border custom cooperation and cooperation with other national borders agencies. As far as the ECMR is concerned, 6 of our member states acceded to the additional protocol of the United Nations Convention for the carriage of goods, namely Bulgaria, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Russian Federation, Turkey, and Ukraine. Regarding the facilitation of the visa procedure for professional drivers, our specialized bodies examine the BISEC-URTA proposal to revive the activities on the promotion of the agreement on the simplification of visa procedures for professional lorry drivers, national of BISEC member state, as well as on the promotion of the e-visa for professional drivers. The matter became even more pressing in the current difficult circumstances caused by the COVID-19. A useful tool in the international transport of goods, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic, is the project BISEC permit system that BISEC organization has been implementing since 2010. As of today, 8 of our 13 member states are taking part in these projects, namely Albania, Armenia, Georgia, Republic of Moldova, Romania, Serbia, Turkey, and Ukraine. In the context of our efforts aimed at the digitalization of transport sector, upon the initiative of the Republic of Turkey, the e-permit pilot project in the framework of BISEC have been launched in early 2020 with the participation at this stage of the Republic of Turkey, Republic of Moldova, and Ukraine in order to substitute the paper permits by those in electronic form. The participating countries are currently holding consultations on the operational aspect of this e-permit system. Another area our organization focuses is keeping the flow of regional trade and exchanges. Setting up an information exchange mechanism on trade and economic issues in the BISEC region and the adoption of a framework for the BISEC e-commerce cooperation are under our active consideration. The objective set by our organization is to reduce bureaucracy and red tape by the introduction of more automation and digitalization in the procedures concerning the transport of goods and services, and also to simplify documentation for border crossing and to harmonize custom and other time and money consuming procedures. This effort, I must say, have not yet produced the desired result, which is a clear sign that all involved should increase their engagement towards that end. So I am confident that the conclusions and the recommendation of this seminar will be of great help for us in this regard. Thank you very much, Mr. Apostolou.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kebeleu. Our cooperation with BISEC has always been very, very useful, and I hope we can continue that in this new area of harmonizing multimodal transport information exchange. Thank you very much. Yes, the next speaker is with Mr. William Petit from the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum is working a lot on trade facilitation, the implementation of the trade facilitation agreement of the WTO, and some of the participants in this seminar expressed the idea that it will be very good to cooperate with this organization in terms of the implementation of the objectives of this seminar and our projects. Thank you, Mr. Petit. Thank you very much for finding time to join us. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mario, and thanks everyone for giving me the time to speak today. So yes, I'm based at the World Economic Forum, and I work on something called the Global Alliance for Trade Facilitation. So this is an alliance that was established to support countries to implement the Trade Facilitation Agreement. And so it's a public-private partnership, and really the bottom line of what we're tasked to deliver is to cut red tape with regards to international trade. So we try to be a very practical, pragmatic organization. We measure success in terms of how much time has been reduced in terms of cross-border trade and how much cost has been reduced on cross-border trade. So that's really the focus of what we do. And as you can imagine, digitalization is a key element of our work. Now, as Mario correctly said, our role is around the implementation of the trade facilitation agreement. So we work more on trade-related documents rather than transport documents, but obviously there's a very close synergy there. And some of the projects that we're looking at, there's an incomplete overlap. So we're looking at some projects where we're streamlining port procedures. So that includes both, transport and goods procedures and documents, and also we're looking at a project in Bangladesh at the moment that is potentially around the land border procedures. So certainly a lot of overlap with the subjects that you're discussing. I also used to work at the International Road Transport Union, so I have a certain personal interest in all of these issues as well. So as I said, digitalization is a key part of what we do, and although we're really focusing on the trade documents, I think definitely there's plenty of synergies, but also there's maybe some lessons learned from the work that we're doing that are really applicable to the discussions that you're having. So what have we learned from our work on digitalization? I think probably the most important thing that we've learned is the potential impact that you can have in terms of cutting the time and cost of doing international trade. Digitalization has we've seen and we've quantified that with metrics, that digitalization can have a real practical impact that makes a difference for business. And these benefits come in several ways. So we see that businesses are able to save time and cost just because they're able to go online and get the document online rather than have to go to an office and print things out and sign things manually and so on. So there's an automatic benefit there. But also we're seeing additional benefits. So when you're moving, of course, from manual data entry to maybe more automated data entry, we see a lower incidence of errors in those documents. So when sometimes we have delays at borders and so on because documents get rejected just because the paperwork is not accurate, and digitalization can reduce the number of these sorts of rejections because of errors. Also, when errors do occur, it's much easier, much quicker to fix those errors when the document is digital rather than when it's paper. And this really can save time, and not just time, but it might save, if we're talking about moving fresh fruit and vegetables, for example, that can actually really, save the entire load, that we don't lose it to spoilage. And the digitalization also enables much more predictability. So we see examples where maybe logistics operators are have a transport that should take 3 days, but they have to plan in 4 days because of the potential challenges around paperwork. But when you move to a digital system, then the logistics operators are able to plan 3 days for a 3-day transport, and we don't have this extra day and extra cost to account for the unpredictability. So there are real big practical benefits that we see, and that's something that we've certainly learned. Just a final point actually is, and this is obviously the key subject matter that you've been discussing for the past few days, is the need for data exchange. It's not enough just to be able to have your document digitally domestically. You need to be able to exchange that document internationally, and that's where the real difference comes in. So what sort of success criteria do you need to have in place? Again, what we see, and I know again this has been the subject of your discussion, but we have real practical experience of this. Harmonized data standards are essential. A legal framework at an international level that enables this data exchange and all the potential questions around electronic signatures and so on, that all needs to be in place. We also see that there can be a value in having a hub type system. So, you know, at a national level, being able to exchange data via a hub rather than having to exchange data via a spider's web of bilateral exchanges. You know, there can be real value in that concept. And I think my final point, and I know that you all understand this really well, but you know, just talking about our experience, is it obviously is not just about digitalizing a document. There's a whole change management piece that needs to go with this. You know, and again, we see this in some trade documents. There are maybe, you know, big delays in approving a paper document. And when you digitalize it, well, you still need a human being to approve that document. Just because it's digital doesn't mean it's going to get approved any quicker. So there needs to be the change management on the people side and on the procedural side to ensure we are able to realize all the potential benefits of digitalization. I think I'll stop there. That's just a quick summary of what we're doing and some of the lessons learned that might be applicable to the discussions that you're having. Thank you very much.
Thank you, William. It's very good, and I hope that this is just the beginning of a more fruitful cooperation that we can develop further. Thanks, you have the understanding of many of these issues because of your experience in the road transport industry and elsewhere. Thank you very much. Any questions? I don't see anything in the chat at this point. If not, I would like to invite the last but not least speaker in this session, on the agenda of this session, Mrs. Xiao Yun Gao from Lodging, which is the, she is a senior researcher in Lodging, which is the National Public Information Platform for Transportation and Logistics of China.
Oh, thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Are you going to switch your presentation, or the organizers will do that?
I see my screen. Okay. Thank you, madam. I'm Gao Xiaoyun, come from China. Today I will show the two major parts of the presentation. Can you hear? Oh, okay. The first I want to, sorry. Okay, I will show the first about logic standards and introduce who we are and what we do and how we do it. And another I want to show about UN certified for logic standards harmonization. So in the process of providing the logistics supply chain industrial data application service, we all realize that logistics and supply chain ecosystem in data exchange between logistics service providers challenges, including logistics information fragmentation, logistics checking chain data note are not clear. Each other extra cargoes logistic data and dynamic invisible. Exciting logistic insight extra message format is not unified with international standards. International logistic data exchange model needed to be improved. These problems all need unified data exchange regulation. regarding who we are. The Logic Inc. from 2007, we realized that the popular of information systems will bring the highest quality logistic service. The data of competence of logistic service is similar to the ability of track. It is a powerful statement that the application of information system plays an important role. On the other hand, the different and gap let us see the need to promote the interconnection and sharing of logistic information. Logistics portal is national public information platform for transportation logistics. Is a national level information platform for logistics, instructed and promoted by the Ministry of Transport of People's Republic of China to improve logistic digitalization in domestic and international regions, and have achieved progress in the interconnections of logistic information. As a national level information infrastructure of logistic industry in China, Logic Inc. is committed to building a logistic public information service network across regions, different transport models, departments, and industries, and providing the service to manage the agencies, industries, and markets. So Logic has the three factions. One is the standards setting, and the second is information interchange. Third is data service, like I provide one-stop inquiry service for public logistic information. And Logic has published the platform connection and exchange standards in 2015, and also used in the construction of Logic. It includes unified identity verification, technical norms of service faction calling interface, general technical norms of data exchange interface. As for standard setting, Logic Inc. Leads the project of ISO 23355 PWI, passed the voting and has been approved by the committee on June 2020. Exciting logistic data limpet and data interchange related status. It includes the UNECE factor, WCO, JS1, UBL related standards, and so on. Could be used for business requirement license, but as considered out of the scope of this business requirement standards. However, the UN certifies multi-modal transport reference data model, MMT, IDM will be included as a normative reference. We are modifying current vessel into a CD visual. As project applied, the CD visual is expected to be released by June to the last year. Yes, this part will include near-net progress in different material time choice and track related event. About the near-net, it was the Northeast Asia's information sharing network. It has the organization about the China Korea, and Japan. And NearNet is focused on the port information exchange between the 3 countries. About the ISO 23355 document, in whole or in part, normatively referenced from following document as the UNECE factor and the UN ISO 7372. For this standards, can be used by logistic information service providers. We say the LISP for establishing data connections with other logistic information service systems, and for certifying different data providers and data users' requirements. These standards specifies a framework to clarify logistic visibility data and how it should be interchanged among different LISPs. In cross-region or cross-border case, it is difficult for PCS and CCS to cover end-to-end logistic event data. Carriers who operate from departure to destination are the right partners who can provide end-to-end visibility data. Data elements format in message corresponded with ISO 7372, sorry. Because the Login is the logistic supply chain platform. We focused the four areas about the logistic information release service and the business transaction service and the supply chain planning service and the professional information service. So we find we need to design some standards to can used in the some function of my platform. So we focus this ISO 23355 is the customer's declaration procedure, and it's about the old tracking service throughout and the multimodal transport information exchange and the decision making. We want to use this standards in this section, and then you can help my platform to connection with the other platform. So for this, we think these standards can be used in the structure and the function of the Login. This might want to cooperation with the other platform and like the UN can to help me to finish these standards to implement in the other regions. Finally, we would like to push cooperation on the sharing of public logistic information. We want to promote regional logistic information sharing cooperation, conduct friendly visits and experience exchange, strengthens communication, assigns expert to discuss and study mutual logistic information sharing needs and promote cooperation. Another, we want to cooperation in standard setting in the field of transportation and logistics, show the experience of near-net, promote the formation of a standard cross-border information interchange system for supply chain. And another is promote the national level public information platform as the major challenge for logistic information connectivity to ensure the authority comprehensiveness and authenticity of the exchanges information. So this we welcome the other platform to cooperation with Lodge Inc. We want to push the international supply chain information connection, and we want to push the other ISO 23356 standards to citing in the future. Yes, this is my today I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Xiaoyun Guo. I understand your presentation is of very high interest to many of the participants here. So first, let's see, there is a question from Alexei Bondarenko, who is a vice chair of CFACT, and he's from Russia. Xiaoyun, thank you. Do you have international logistics companies on board of lodging? Is there any statistics about lodging which allows, which shows how many users and efficiency and what is the efficiency of the platform? Is there any chance to reuse data from the lodging platform in case of cross-border trade to some other countries? And Xiaoyun Gao, are you there? Can you answer this question? And there is one more question. There is a hand raised.
Oh, sorry. I'm here. Yeah, I want to. I try to answer your question. About
you can read the question. It's in the question in Q&A queue.
Okay. I see. Oh yes, thank you. And about from in Lodge Inc. standards is we want to use in the China to structure my platform, and another way also want to use the to connect it with some enterprise in China, but certainly now we have not connected with the international companies for some international logistic companies in other countries or the regions. Now we just connect the China companies, and this and another for we users and might be 2,000 company, but it's all the Chinese company for to use the logistic information, logistic tracking, and use to exchange the transport bill and some other messages and documents. about the cross-border trade, we think it's my want to connect it with the with other country for the international transport and the cross-border trade. But by now we find that they have some difficulty because in China, my standards have some different from the UN standards, and we need to face many work on the changing my interface. So we have to do more work to reuse data from the logistics platform. Yeah, this. But we want to push and improve this data service and can to cooperation with the UN and other regions. Okay, thank you.
Very much for this response. You mentioned something about like the relationship to the UN standards and the logic standards, and I believe Lance Thompson, my colleague who is the secretary of UN CFACT, would like to pick up on that question.
Yes, thank you very much, Marcus, and thank you, Xiaojun, for the presentation. I just wanted to underline that the work that was presented is within a joint working group of ISO TC 154, and it's a partnership between the UNECE and ISO TC 154. So we are participating and helping as much as we can and ensuring that it remains aligned to MMT. And also, Xiaojing, you mentioned a few times ISO 7372. And I just wanted to note for those who are not familiar with it, that this is also the UN TDED, the Trade Data Element Directory of UN CFACT. And this is the semantic base for the base definitions within MMT RDM. So it's a logical following of layers of semantics in that model. So I just wanted to bring that precision, and thank you again, Mario and Xiaojing.
Thank you, Lance. There were other hands risen. Alexander Fyodorov, you were raising your hand.
Oh yeah, thank you, Mario. I just wanted to add some comments on the presentation of Xiaoyang. Yeah, I'd like to say that we know this company, and this company is also as PPL 3335 from Odessa, and Plaskia is the member of International Port Community System Association. And some 3 years ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding between our companies to promote and to make information exchange between China companies and Ukrainian companies. I mean, primarily freight forwarders, with the information related to shipments of goods between Ukraine and China, as well as transit goods from other countries via Ukraine, with the assistance of PPL 3335 and Plaska. So thank you. This is all I wanted to add.
Thank you.
Maybe, as they say, it's a time to streamline and to blow some new wave of activity in between our companies on the basis of our memorandum signed. Thanks.
I was personally quite interested in slide 8 of the presentation of Madame Xiaoyun. So that was on the that reflected the multimodal transport reference data model in the ISO standards, like ISO standard 23355 was mentioned, and Lance partially touched on this issue, like the cooperation and the way the MMT reference data model is reflected. So thanks. How do you envisage to reflect the MMT in the ISO standards?
Okay, I share my query. Yeah. Sorry, I found this. For this ISO, so I want to my assistant can to answer this question. Yeah.
Hello. So for this page, it's I think you just ask for the UN model with the ISO 23355, the relationship about this two, like the connection about this, right?
Yes, the point is how the multimodal transport reference data model will be reflected in the ISO standards. Like I remember the time when, for example, EDIFACT, which is developed and maintained in UNCFACT and UNECE, as UNCFACT is a subsidiary body of UNECE. So then at that time, like EDIFACT, the location code, the UN law code, the UNTD, as Lance just mentioned, they simply were adopted as ISO standards.
Mario, perhaps I could just jump in quickly.
Yes.
It's difficult to make our standards ISO standards, and I can discuss this another time with you.
Okay, thanks.
About that. But what we have done with our colleagues from LAGENC is to ensure that MMT is noted as a normative reference, and that's on the slide that they're showing right now. And this means that it will be harmonized with the MMT RDM so that the information will be interlinked. So I think that answers the question that you're asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions from the audience? Because we are getting and is there any discussion about the statements and the pilot projects that we were mentioning with the regional organizations? I would just confirm that this was a great pleasure to have Mr. Asafbayev, Mr. Kiveleu, Mr. Temirov, William Petit, and Mrs. Xiao Yungao, representing various organizations with which we work and we would like to work further. So the development of pilot projects, we will continue them. Today we started with a presentation of one of the first pilot projects that was implemented, and please let us be in contact to see how further we can develop these pilot projects. Coming back to the previous session today as well, the presentations of Mr. Zahwani Saadawi, Lucilia Trinenberg, who presented again one of the first pilot projects, implementation of the UN CFACT standards in one key document of FIATA. And then, of course, like we would like to get closer cooperation with the EU for Digital, so that the pilot projects they are working on we can build synergies between our projects and their projects. Any more statements on that? How we can move forward?
Yes, Mario.
Yes, please, Lance.
Just as the subject of this table is about harmonization and standardization with other organizations, I think that it would be useful to remind the open invitation of any organization to join UN CFACT and to align their models to UN CFACT. And as we could see in the last presentation, we do as much as we can to try to help that alignment. We also saw with the IMO reference data model. So if other organizations are interested in aligning to the UN CFACT reference data models and our holistic approach to the entire supply chain and not just one segment of the supply chain, then they're more than welcome to approach us, and we will do as much as we can to help that alignment. Thank you, Mario.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are already in time for the concluding session. There was an overall comment, like we prepared like yesterday together with our partners with whom we co-organized this seminar from Ukraine. We prepared some conclusions and recommendations, and I managed to send them late last evening, so there were comments this morning. One overall comment, we had agreed, I think 3 years ago, to deepen the exchange of like the exchange of best practices between trade and governments, between governments in the region and between international organizations and trade and governments. So this time we had, well, unnoticeably for me, focused maybe more on exchange between international organizations. So probably we should, I personally can take this as a bit of kind of positive criticism, so that next year we do more to involve trade and the governments. I remember Mr. Eric Eftimov, who is still with us, I see on the list of participants, the Deputy Secretary General of CIT. He mentioned yesterday that we have to involve more trade. So this we take as a major recommendation for the further work. Now, if you allow me, I will simply show a version of the recommendations which I distributed yesterday among all the speakers. And if there are any comments now, we can take them into account. Obviously, we will not be able to finalize these recommendations immediately, because some of the comments, they are really comments, not suggestions to change the text, and we have to look through the text and correct it. So this is the text. I hope you can see it. Alexander, can you see it?
Yeah, we can see the text, but just try to make it larger to 150% at least.
Thank you very much.
To all the screen, yeah, even more. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we shall see no comments, but we shall see at least the body of the text.
Yes.
You can do it even more.
Even more?
Larger,
well,
yeah.
The document is quite,
for everybody.
Quite long, because I tried to extract the essence of, well, I see here from my list, we had 47 speakers, with presentation statements, and there were many suggestions, so it was not easy to extract them. And we had, as we were informed in the beginning, 43 countries registered, like experts and decision makers from 43 countries. This changes completely the essence of like the whole outlook of our seminars. We are organizing this one for the 11th time, the so-called Odessa seminars, but it's a totally different setting now. So we have to reflect that. It is a positive development, but you have to reflect it in our work. So here you can see
Mario,
yes.
There was a version that you circulated, and there's some track changes that were sent in.
Yes.
You don't want to show that version?
Well, look, there were many comments which were sent. This one includes your comments.
Okay.
Those that were about format, my English or other people's English, I simply accepted them, and I left the like this one, and this I think comes from our transport colleagues from Kostas Alexopoulos. Those ones that were more substantive, I left them like this.
Okay,
meaning
thank you. Sorry, I don't want to delay. Thank you.
No problem. Essentially, let me just say, like we have included information what the seminar was about, how it is related to the UN Development Account Interagency project, and where the standards plus some of the pilot projects reports that were made were uploaded on that website of the project. Then here I have listed the organizations. If like when you read it afterwards, we'll distribute this draft. And if somebody is missing, please let us know. Then there were some, well, this is the descriptive part of what happened. These are the, like more the of a report. So a short report pointing out the main things that we have discussed. Some of the participants added, like in this case, Kostas Alexopoulos added some elements of what he was doing, noting in particular several phrases on the discussions on the ECMR ECMR consignment note, and they went further to correct some of the elements. So I don't know, like if somebody wants to raise raise their hands and mention something like I distributed very late last evening the basic draft text, so you may have ideas of what to add. And then we go to the actual recommendations, which I will not hide that we would like to use them further when we develop further pilot implementation projects and cooperation, at least for the next year. So here we cite some of the key elements, some of the key documents of the UN, which give us mandate to work on these issues. And there was also one addition from our transport colleagues on the integrity of data, that it should be commonly agreed. And then we go to the actual recommendations. Again, Lance, I deleted, sorry, I accepted those things that were typos and mistakes in English. Should I, well, as this is the more important part, probably I can leave it. And also there was one comment which our colleagues sent to split a bit the recommendations, what is to whom, but I will have to take some time to do that because I couldn't do it immediately.
Mario?
Yes.
I have my raised hand.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Thank you, please.
Thank you for the proposal. I've just put in chat the proposal, draft proposal for the recommendations. In this regard, it would be very appropriate and mutually beneficial to establish cooperation between governments, regional and international organizations at the earliest stage possible, as well as business community on the principle along the future route of transportation to streamline different initiatives, the efforts and synergy of further projects based on UNECE deliverables. So this is a crucial point, especially in the COVID period, and based on that, the deliverables and the recommendations and standards that has been developed under auspices of UNECE and UNECE are the core component on most of the initiatives, and it should be streamlined to proper implement standards, recommendations, and to update standards as it was done for the last year by our colleagues Dmitry Galina and other UNECE standards from different European countries that are very essential and could be already implemented and used within the supply chain as well as along the corridors. Thank you, Mario. This is my opinion.
I have included that that point at the end. I received your message.
Oh yeah, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm. There is one more point on which I wanted to, we were in the beginning here. This was something which was like an additional point, like further aligned standards of other initiatives such as the World Customs Organization. Those are VIATA, the EU-funded projects, including the Federated Platform Project, to the relevant reference data models of CFACT in order to encourage harmonization within a holistic view of the supply chain. And again, well, I always wanted to underline the comment that we received first. We have to focus a bit more these recommendations on the needs of the region and the pilot projects of which we spoke, and also Mr. Asafbayev, Mr. Kibeleu, and Sabuhi Temirov were talking about. In their presentations, it was clear, and I'm very glad that it was Traseka and Bisek who came at a certain point of the organization of this seminar, and they expressed interest to participate. So we have to reflect that. If you don't mind, give us some time, like to see how we can formulate it. We had certain points here on the pilot projects, which were derived from the presentations yesterday and the day before yesterday. Then our colleagues from the transport division said like we should be more kind of cooperate on the exact modalities of how, for example, the ECMR should be developed. But I would suggest that we add some of the elements that we saw today from the presentations and statements of Mr. Asafbayev, Mr. Kibeleu, and Mr. Temirov, on like recommendations to cooperate on pilot projects, which would incorporate what the tools that have been developed by CFACT and under this project. Is that fine? I see Mr.
Agreement.
Sorry?
Silence means agreement.
Yes, I see Mr. Kibeleu is on the still there, but okay, we will do that. And maybe, like, if Alexander, if you agree, because you are like.
Yes, I wanted to say that's all right with us.
Thank you very much. We will include those elements. What transpired from your presentations this afternoon, we will include that. Maybe, Alexander, we can leave these recommendations as they are. I can redistribute them, and we can keep them open until, let's say, close of business on Wednesday next week.
Yes, Maria, I do agree, because it takes time, not only from us, but from the speakers and from those who participate in this seminar, because there should be their ideas and proposals where to move us further on the Odessa seminar and streamline all the efforts for the last 11 years already. And sometimes we would like to focus on that. There are some recommendations from the previous seminars that has not yet been fulfilled. And we should transfer it to these seminar recommendations, not to forget about them, because we should have something to not to start with, but to follow the achievements, just like on the ladder. The next step should be based on the previous fundamental things that has been done already of this group of people and all participants of the previous seminars and previous years, that has been streamlining the activities on the basis of harmonization on UNECE deliverables, to spread these cases of the countries for everybody to know and to share experiences and to understand more deeply the necessity of the standards and necessity to join together, not to develop separately, as yesterday was reiterated by Eric Yeftimov. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. I fully agree with you. Like, we have to put that focus in the recommendations in the coming days on emphasize the implementation aspect in the countries, in the corridors, and sharing information. Like this is something that we can do between now and the next seminar, and also at the next seminar, if there will be one next year, and hopefully it will be physical. And also one of the recommendations that like it sounded in some of the opening speeches even, like my director mentioned this, that it will be good to use the positive window of opportunity that paradoxically the pandemic opened, that we we see that virtually we can have many more people at lower cost participating in the discussions and moving forward. Then she also mentioned something that not everybody was focused on, that the pandemic has given us an opportunity to save the environment a bit by not traveling so much and still being able to meet. Maybe it's a very good idea to have a combination between the different modes of meeting, like online and physical meetings, because we can't go forever without meeting physically and discussing and agreeing on things the way we can communicate when we are personally meeting each other. So, any more comments on the recommendations? Again, I would suggest that this is a seminar. We are not deciding on an intergovernmental document. And I would suggest that we distribute them among the participants, the panelists, and we get their input, so in order to finalize the document by the end of next week. Like by the end of Wednesday, we would expect comments, and we will finalize the document by the end of next week. Is that acceptable, Alexander?
Yes, absolutely.
Victoria Ivanova wants to take the floor. Thank you for joining us again. Thank you. The secretary. Thank you. The Secretary of the Working Party on Inland Water Transport in UNECE.
Thank you, Mario, for giving me the floor. Good afternoon, everyone. I have one small comment concerning the recommendation, which refers to directive on river information services. Can you please scroll down?
That was something suggested by your colleague Mario Sattler.
Yeah, exactly.
Here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So I would propose to add in the recommendation also a reference to the work of the Working Party on Inland Water Transport on river information services.
Mm-hmm. Okay, if you want to suggest a text, we will include it.
Yeah, I will send you the precise text for this.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it was a useful exercise because some of the text that was already in the first version last evening, and what we have now, it comes from the concrete participants. And of course, Victoria, we would be interested to see that the work that has been done on the like standards and data set for documents accompanying goods transported by inland water transport can be adopted in the documents of the organizations, custodians of the international transport documents, like our transport division. Thank you. Any more comments? If not, I will be very glad to switch to the very end of our seminar. I'm switching my background to something with which I was honored once when I was in Odessa. Let's not forget that this is the Odessa seminar. And I would like to thank, first of all the speakers and moderators who participated in this seminar. Sue Probert, the chair of UNCFACT, Mr. Hans Ruck, who is still with us. I saw his comments. Then, of course, our partners from Ukraine, Alexander Fyodorov, Oleg Platonov, who is the representative of Ukraine in UNCFACT. I think my colleagues from UNCFACT would agree with me that if we had many more heads of delegation of the countries as active as Mr. Platonov from the transition economies, UNCFACT and our work in the transition economies would have been really, really very would have benefited a lot. So thanks a lot to our panelists and speakers from the UNECE Transport Division, from the Secretary General of Trasica, the Deputy Secretary General of the BSEC Secretariat, Vice Ministers Tkach and Kachka from Belarus and Ukraine, the Deputy Head of the Customs Service of Azerbaijan, Mr. Iqbal Babayev, thanks to Mr. Sabuhit Emirov from the Secretariat of Guam, Eric Eftimov, who is the Deputy Secretary of CIT, the representatives of IMO and ICAO. Then the representatives of OSGD, Rail Data, IRU, IATA. Special thanks to our colleagues in FIATA. I just wanted to open one bracket here. Like these seminars are not something that comes and passes like this. Last year, we had in the discussion of the seminar, we had the idea discussed with the senior vice president of FIATA of the possibility to develop together, to cooperate on the development of the electronic version of the multimodal FIATA bill of lading. And today we had a presentation of where that led. So probably the next steps were marked in the discussions today. Thanks also to the representatives of Lodging, of the World Economic Forum, the European Commission. Special thanks. We had 3 representatives of DG Move and DG Taxud, Zahuani today. Every day we had one representative. So it will be great if we continue that cooperation. excellent participation of the international organizations, and let us build on that so that we can involve more the governments of the countries in Eastern Europe and the business community. Special thanks also I would like to express to the for the technical support for this seminar, to the Plaske Academy, who provided, well, I don't know how you think, but the platform that we had, like the Zoom platform that we had with the interpretation, was great. Thanks also to the port community system in Odessa, PPL 3335. And we are sure that port community systems can continue to play a major role in the work on harmonization of standards in the future. So also thanks to the government of Ukraine, the association UK of Neshtrans, and to the translators who bore us with us the brunt of this not easy discussion, a lot of terms. I hope everything was fine for them and for the users of their services. So thanks to everybody. I hope I haven't forgotten anybody, but there was such a rich program that it's easy to forget somebody or something. It's not intentional, please. Thank you very much. I would like to give the floor to our partners from Ukraine, to Mr. Platonov and Mr. Fyodorov for the final word. Thank you very much from my side. Who will take the floor first? Mr. Platonov?
Thank you very much.
Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mario. Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, all participants from different stakeholders, from authorities as well as from business community, and of course to those who made the efforts to make this seminar to go smooth and to finalize its deliverables by the precise time. Yes, exactly. We're very grateful. I shall not repeat or reiterate that Mario said, but we are grateful to interpreters. And well, following the this marks on the activities of the UNECE delegation with the UNECE, just a proposal to open the department, Odessa department of UNECE, and you are welcome to have such kind of sessions and meetings. All that we can, we're doing, and trying to streamline and to spread it as much as possible, all deliverables and all best cases among our partners, as well as in the governmental agencies, as well as in the business community. So just to, as they say, to highlight, to draw the line, it is a pity, of course, that we could not make this meeting in Odessa as usual on the regular basis, and to have good weather, as well as to make some sightseeing, not only to work, but let's hope for the best that the next year it will be the situation change, and we'll have the great opportunity to be in Odessa. And we see the ambassador of Odessa already streamlining the new program for the next year. So we wish you a good health, to be safe and sane with your families, and of course to be online. We're open to communicate, we are open to work together, and to make our future better, as well as all logistic chains and transport operations more smoother, more safer for the security and for prosperity of our countries and our society. So thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mario. Would like also to thank greatly Mario, who made a lot of efforts on establishing and on the all stages of this seminar, and as well as our colleagues from UNECE, UNECE, Sue, Robert, Lance Thompson, as well as Mr. Alexopoulos and other representatives of other departments and divisions, inland water transport, road transport, and so on and so forth. And of course, we are grateful that so many international organizations replied to our call last year to join our seminar, to share experiences and to be the part of our great family that is working hard already for many, many years. So have a good time, be safe and sane, and good weekend to all of you.
Thank you, Alexander. Well, I just looked at the chat. There is one of the heroes of this seminar, who is Courtney Robinson from ICAO, from the ICAO Secretariat. He's a hero because he was getting up very early in the morning in his time to follow our seminar. And he is also the cooperation with ICAO and IATA is something which is quite positive and quite useful. In the beginning, we didn't think about air. We thought that we were more with our feet on the ground. We were thinking about land corridors. And it was ICAO and personally Courtney who came up with the ideas. And I think one of the big successes of building cooperation was this cooperation with ICAO and IATA. So Courtney, you are suggesting to say something, or we have a representative of the regional office of ICAO in our region. Is that what you are suggesting? Courtney.
Well, no, I would just, I guess, reiterate the importance of partnership. I don't have any presentation or anything, but since you offer the opportunity, as I mentioned, and Elkan also mentioned, I don't think he's with us at present, that COVID-19, it being the misfortune that it is, it has provided the opportunity to, well, I'll just say it's very early in the morning, so I will not turn my my screen on right now. But this pandemic has offered us an opportunity to work more closely with other UN agencies as well as industry, which we are quite used to doing anyway. But with the other UN agencies, for us to share resources, share expertise. We see that many of the governments, has put upon them many financial constraints. They have these stimulus programs. They need us to do more than less. And we've heard that term before, but with this pandemic, it becomes all the more real. So we have taken the opportunity to explore new partnerships, and they are bearing fruit. And I think that should continue. I think the situation is not going to end soon, so we will continue to explore new partnerships, share with them our ideas, and together develop new ideas. And I think that's going to benefit this area in particular, this area of digitalization, because it is, as I point out in my presentation and others have, it's very needed as we look to reduce physical contact, and there's need for social distancing. Not everyone can fit, the same number of people can fit in a customs facility, in a air cargo terminal, and all these things. So we have to support the stakeholders, the enterprises, be they small or large, and governments, and make it possible for them to be efficient so that the supply chain can continue to serve to advance economies, especially the developing economies. So I will end there, and I look forward to working with you to advance the reference data model. Also, there are some other ideas that are cooking here at ICAO for digitalization that would apply to air cargo and very likely to other modes of transport. So I look forward to sharing that with you as it matures. So
thank you very much. Thank you very much, Courtney. And we were talking about the kind of the fact that we are not physically in Odessa, but Mr. Platonov, the head of delegation to CFACT of Ukraine, he has to split between our online seminar, his time between our online seminar and a physical transport exhibition in Odessa, at which is also the Secretary General of Traseka. So they had to go and dedicate their time to the physical meeting and also come to us. So Mr. Platonov has just joined us for the final words, and probably we close after that. You see, we are already making the steps to a hybrid meeting, like when some people can be physically on the spot, participate in events, and then also participate in an online meeting. Mr. Platonov, you have the floor for the last words, and probably close the seminar after that.
Благодарю, господин Апостолов, за предоставленную возможность выступить в заключении, а также от имени правительства Украины я хочу поблагодарить организаторов данного мероприятия, особенно всю команду Европейской экономической комиссии ООН, секретариат СИФАКТа и, конечно, всех участников международных организаций, которые выступили. Получилась очень плодотворная, актуальная дискуссия. Мы увидели, что пандемия – это вызов, который дает нам новые возможности. Мы этими возможностями пользуемся и надеемся, что, получив домашнее задание в форме рекомендаций данного семинара, с помощью, конечно, регионального советника Мария Апостолова, который нам помогает устанавливать коммуникации в международном сообществе, сможем достичь новых результатов. И в следующем году мы проинформировать, как украинская делегация, сможем, во-первых, на пленарном заседании СИФАКТа о ряде достижений. Также я надеюсь, что мы будем плодотворно работать в темах СИФАКТ, которые даст возможность на практике улучшить торговлю и транспорт в мире, и таким образом быть более открытыми для партнерства. И надеемся в следующем году встретиться на Одесском семинаре. Даже если, может, пандемия и уйдет, то мы его будем продолжать тогда гибридным, только в хорошем смысле этого слова, для тех участников, которые не смогут посетить наш прекрасный город, они смогут это увидеть из своего рабочего места, а те, кто будет иметь такую возможность, мы с удовольствием в Украине, в городе Одессе, представим возможность плодотворно работать и продвигать дальше вопросы цифрового взаимодействия и создания инструментов, которые будут противодействовать коррупции и помогать выявлять контрабанду для таможенных органов. А то, что касается хозяйственной деятельности, то это вся работа связана с инвойсами, с сертификатами, и это нам позволит гармонизовать данные и уменьшить ошибки человеческого фактора. Спасибо всем большое за участие в данном семинаре. И хочу выразить благодарность, в том числе еще переводчикам, которые сопровождали эту работу, и персоналу, который технически осуществлял эту работу. Это Академия Пласки и предприятие планирования портовой логистики PPL 3335, которое работало и над исследованиями, частично предоставляло материалы. Госпожа Сью, большое спасибо за то, что тематика коносаммитов заняла центральное место, и мы смогли связать экспедиторов с грузовладельцами. И я надеюсь, что Федерация национальных ассоциаций экспедиторов, отмечая свой очередной юбилей 31 мая, ФИАТА исполняется 95 лет, сможет проинформировать своих участников о тех достижениях, которые были достигнуты в процессе работы в сотрудничестве с Организацией Объединенных Наций. Спасибо, господин Марио, за представленную возможность.
Very much. We can't finish. I would like to ask Sue Probert, the chair of CFACT, who aptly moderated two of the most important sessions of this seminar, to also to say a word at the end.
Thank you, Mario. I did actually add something to the chat just now. But I would certainly like to add my congratulations and thank everyone who participated. And yes, Courtney was wonderful in joining, but there were some other people as well who joined from difficult time zones. And I think it's very important to recognize that, because that is the challenge of electronic meetings. It's the one thing we have to cope with is that some people have to join from the middle of the night or so on. So we appreciate that tremendously, and it made it a great success to have such a global scope. Thank you very much, everybody. We're okay, Mario?
So thank you very much. Probably on these kind words from Sue, we may already close our seminar with the big hope that everything will go well, and we will work very well during the next the next 12 months. And next year we can have even more and better things to report at our next Odessa seminar. Thanks to everybody, and have a nice weekend, a nice afternoon, whether it's an afternoon, morning. Our Chinese colleagues, for them it's already an evening. So all the best, and see you soon on various occasions. Thank you.
Thank you. All the best.